Ooh.
She went through it.
Ooh.
And among
There we go.
things, one of the things that she discovered was that I had a paycheck from Starbucks that I never cashed. 3 over the course of like 5 years working for the company. There were 3 whole-ass paychecks that I never cashed. They were trying to sting me, you know what I mean? Because they had to get it off their books. Like, hey, we have to pay you for your work. Here, take this money. It's been a couple of days. So I ended up getting 3 paychecks dropped on me in the middle of like the summer. How do you miss a paycheck? That's crazy, but I missed 3.
How do you miss 3 paychecks? What the fuck? I forget if I missed my first one.
I never have. I don't feel right doing it. So it's like, I just never been the type of person that spends a whole ass check. And so I put most of the money that I
don't know when the fuck did that meme become reality. Elon versus Vlad 101. Let's go, Brandon.
That's really where I stopped thinking about it. And so, yeah, that's the only time that I've gotten like money that I didn't expect. Significant money that I didn't expect.
Honestly, I don't even... I'm just thinking about it. I was also just looking at our message I just got. But, yeah, I was just, like, honestly, dead ass. I was, like, fucking thinking about it, like, earlier. Like, how in the fuck did we get a meme to somehow be fucking reality? Like, I don't even know, dude. It's like, yo, Musk and Vlad 1-on-1. Who would win that fight? I don't know. Honestly, you know, I still think Putin. I'll admit that. I feel like there's more fairer fights than, you know, Musk and Putin there. Because honestly, it's definitely going to be a victor for sure. Still can't fucking believe that. Like, less than 12 hours of memeing it, too. It's like within a 12-hour period of having that little meme, it's like, boom. It became a meme. It's like, fuck.
Yeah. I don't know. A lot of things got predatory, like credit cards, car loans, stuff like that. I mean, there's that coupled with just like the conspicuous consumption that comes with like. I've been around people like this. They can't wait to spend their money when they get paid.
I definitely know people like that.
I remember back in the day, after I'd been at Starbucks for a couple of years, it takes a
I'm definitely better about that. I used to be like that, but not anymore. Especially considering, you know, like how the situation is economically, where it's like every little dollar counts. So, ain't no way there's gonna be a hole in my fucking wallet or my pocket when it comes to a paycheck.
Talking about all the crap that they already had to spend their money on and shit. I mean, I hate to put it this way. I want you guys to think about one very ginormous expense that most people, maybe not most people, but a lot of people incurred between the ages of 20 and 35 that I never incurred.
Babies, kids. Kids, yeah, I was thinking about it for a second. I'm like, car, no, kids. And honestly, that is such a money drain in itself, and such like a societal like drain at this point, especially considering problems of overpopulation. It's just like, why even bother, dealing with that at the moment? I mean, even if it is something you truly want or something like that, then it's just like, then plan very, very, like, strictly about that, because there really isn't, like, room to fuck around with that, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, people just treat it like it's what the fuck ever. It's like, I got a little fuck trophy, that's about it. It's like, that individual there? Okay. Yeah.
I'm just wondering. I'm a fucking amazing customer service person. Like, I'm amazing. Like, all you really need is charisma.
I'm currently making chicken stir fry. I'm debating on making a video out of it. Hey. I mean, depends on how good the food looks. You know, putting content out. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm saying depends because, I mean, if you got, like, you know, a little something, something, you know, that, like, you kind of have, like, a little bit of aficionado on how to make some stuff, then, yeah. Because I'm a little bit of an aficionado myself, so I definitely feel comfortable whipping out some food. But if you, like, never really made anything before and you're just kind of whipping up a little something, something, I mean, it might be a hit or miss. But it's more about, like, the presentation when it comes to, like, food content like that. Because you want the food and what you're making to at least look good, not just it being good. You don't want it to look like this weird amoebic paste mess or something like that, and be like, yep, this is some good stuff right here. Maybe it is, but no, it's like the look of it. It's like, what the fuck? Gotta get the spear of Golden Ramsay on there to, you know, to make sure that it looks absolutely beautiful and restaurant quality. What?
It can be pretty tough, but if you already have a job, and you're looking to increase your pay at that job or diversify your responsibilities at that job,
They're trying to get in. Because I'm, I guess, going to be able to have those opportunities and many friends because of our new contract, funny enough. So.
College is so astronomically expensive now, it's absurd. I mean, it was pretty expensive back in the day.
It was expensive when I was fucking doing it. And that was like 3 years ago.
Wages have remained flat for the last...
Wages were flat.
You know,
fucking, tuition was butt fuck expensive. Took most of my savings out for sure. I mean, it's just like, ugh. I mean, it's like, I don't regret it. I definitely don't hate, you know, that aspect of going in, you know, college or whatever. I hate the financial aspect, but, you know, when it comes to, when it comes down to, like, at least, you know, like, the actual college itself, like, you know, it was actually pretty fun. I had some fun experiences. Maybe not so much fun experiences as well, but for the most part, I liked it.
Just barely paycheck to paycheck, making the same dough.
So he kicking ass and onion nuggets. Oh yeah, that Miles Hill guy. What really irked me about him was just like, hey, I don't disagree with you, but come on. It's like, I mean, you know better, and you ought to know better. This and that, but it's like, the reason why cops act like that is because people know their fucking rights and don't take shit from them. And, you know, it's like when you got people that know their fucking rights and don't take shit from cops, cops get very fucking angry and then they want to beat you or kill you. And make sure that you're an obedient slave to the fucking master with a badge.
That's part of it.
So, fuck cops. You think I'm gonna, like, you know, like, be sympathetic to any type of position that says comply with them? No. Like, apply within reason, quote-unquote. Like, if they just kind of walk up to you and be like, hey, how's it going, then, I mean, don't be like, fuck you, you know, whatever. Just be like, oh, hey, hi, what do you want? Yeah, it's just like, there's ways to interact with them without having it be escalatory, while knowing this shit, and not letting them be a fucking doormat to you, or you being a doormat to them, shit, so, it's just like, because I've had plenty of interactions with cops, knowing my rights and my shit, and, yeah, the cops don't, you know, necessarily fuck me, to be fair, but I'm also not necessarily a rich kid either, because cops like to target, you know, the poor and impoverished working class as well, historically, and, you know, contemporary, so it's just like, I mean, all in all, I know how it is sometimes, and it sucks, and it's shitty. And nobody, you know, should be having to go through any form of fucking discrimination or fucking brutality from a fucking cop for whatever fucking reason. But especially if they happen to be poor, black, or otherwise. So it's just like, fuck cops. Like, I ain't gonna be defensive of them. Like, until there's, like, a legit, like, restructuring from the ground up and an abolition of our current police system in this country, then you ain't gonna get a lick of sympathy from it.
I was going out with my friends and when I was going out looking for skins, you know what I mean? She had a sixth sense with it. And I'd be like leaving. I'd be like, alright, I'm going out with my friends. We're just going to town. We're going to go see a movie. We're going to hang out at so-and-so's house. Party a little bit. Whatever. And she would be like, she'd give me this look. And I'd, what? Mom, it's not even like that. I'm not even going there for that. I would just... And she would literally, as I was explaining...
Next time you pull over, say it's the damn Cox again.
She would start making this sound.
I know historically back in the day, cops were kind of referred to as bulls.
I can't do it.
At least from what I can understand out of this. I can find a song that has that reference in it.
Even though I knew I wasn't going to use it, it was just...
How many condoms did you wear before you realized?
What?
Because you have kids.
Oh my god, dude, I wore condoms all through my 20s and shit. It was pointless. The real point
Where is it?
Going up my wiener.
Well, I mean, STDs, I guess, is pointless.
Oh, here it is. It's called a popular wobbly, but the stance that it has it in is, oh, the bull, he went wild over me. He held his gun where everyone could see. He was breathing rather hard when he saw my union card. He went wild, simply wild over me. And down below it says bull, stands for cop.
That's the thing. It's like, yeah.
So, it says it right there, but the actual stance is right there.
There was a chance, you know. There's a chance.
So back in the day, at least, they were kind of known as bulls. Which makes sense, because they're kind of bullheaded. Bullheaded thugs, so, yeah. Makes sense.
Junior high school, guy got out of herps. Yeah. Are you gonna tell him? You gonna be the one to tell him? I'll braggadocious type of thing. And it's gotten to the point where like antiretrovirals or whatever have gotten good, and so a lot of people live with herpes and they don't transfer it to people. They're not symptomatic most of the time and stuff like that, but it's still one of those things. You don't.
Well, there's three versions of herpes. There's the two sexual ones, which are not good. And then there's like a third one that most people have. Like 90% of the population has globally, and it's mostly like dormant as fuck. And mostly, from my understanding, comes from when from birth, like when you're born, it kind of gets transferred as you're born or some shit. But it's not like some sort of like heavy, like actual like infectious thing. That's how sometimes, you know, people might get like, you know, in higher stress situations, might have like a sore or something like that. It would be like that, but not like a fucking just straight up like just the herpes. You know what I'm saying? It'd be a little different, just a little, but it's kind of the same. Still kind of nasty to think that's like this. At least it's treatable.
Basically the worst type of thing that you can ever have.
Oh, that sleepy boy.
Please.
That shit, I gotta pay my fucking phone bill there. Alright, you know what, I'm gonna try to do an extension here. Don't let me do that. Yeah, cool. Alright.
How did you catch that? I was just with somebody that was
Alright, cool. Imagine a world without the herpes.
getting around, you know.
I mean, it probably wouldn't be too much different, honestly.
And I wasn't.
I mean, because you still have other STDs out there. Treatable, but, you know, and non-treatable, I suppose, too. But, you know, it's like, yeah, you get rid of one, but then there'll just probably be another in its place. I mean, honestly, it's just like, I will say, it's just like, I am glad there are, like, a lot of STDs that generally are very treatable and can be managed and dealt with and cured. You know, as long as you're actually just being safe and responsible about it. Like, but when it comes down to it, though, it's like, that's why they're, you know, you gotta be safe and shit, because it could be rolling some dice. Like, you know, It's like, oh shit, my vaccinated got the gons this time around, and I could treat that. But it's like a couple years later down the line or some shit, just a little slip up, and then it could be like HIV or some shit. That ain't so much, you know, like that isn't as treatable. I mean, it's manageable, but I mean, it's not like treatable or like curable. There's been like some breakthrough cases so far, like occasionally, which means that research has been significantly progressed in a lot of ways, which is very good. But it's still something that's gonna take a while. So, my friend can spend his life spreading his own STD, his C. I'm honestly, especially back in the day, you know that there was probably some common ass like. You know, STDs being spread around, like the herpes, like, you know, we mentioned earlier, like, that definitely was being spread around, for sure. Like, syphilis. I think that, like, that's probably the common one, for a lot, especially the higher elites and shit, because a lot of reason why they wore their wigs is because when you have such a, like, intense case of syphilis where it's literally rotting your brain out, like, you see, it don't look pretty. So, it's, at least initially in some part, like those powdered wigs, eventually just became more of a cultural norm, but initially it was so people who were infected with syphilis would at least have something to kind of hide their, like, rotting heads as they slowly, like, die from syphilis. It's just like, oof. But luckily, that's, you know, one of the STDs that are very easily treatable now, where it might be a while to cure yourself out of it, but, you know, it can be treated. It's one of those treatable ones. Still not fun to have, and I would not recommend it. Not from experience, just, you know, out of sheer just going from the cases of people who've had it. It's like, yeah, that don't sound fun or pleasant. No, thank you. STDs to everybody. Are we on this topic? What the fuck? How do I even give... Do not come. Do not come. I want you to think about that little girl who was trying to flee to this country with a coyote. And then just imagine me saying to her face, do not come.
All the other refugee crises that we've
Turn back.
are a direct cause, though. We don't want them dirty brown people.
Oh, no. Gotta turn those folks around, so it's kind of, you know, mass incarcerate them and turn them back, separate the kids on your side of the board so it doesn't look like we're actually doing it. Because then at that point, it looks like they did it on their own volition that time.
It's interesting. I was thinking about this.
Makes them look bad, makes us look
I
good.
realized that when it comes to like the people that I am aware of in the online left or whatever, I'm the only one thinking about it anymore. Like kind of blue. Dude, I think one of the things.
Hey! No!
Care or whatever.
Shush! Hey!
Get bored with it. It was more like, 6 days.
Shut up!
You guys remember, like, about a week ago, the entire online left was reposting the Snake Island shit. Like getting
this again.
100% propagandized. And now it's just like they're not saying peep about it.
Oh yeah, that actual propaganda that the Ukrainian government distastefully saying that like a bunch of people died.
Everybody was so boned up for war, so easily propaganda.
I mean, it's just like, honestly, I find it more so disgusting that there's like not just other people and other outlets, but even the Ukrainian government is still like, yep, all those men on Snake Island are martyrs and they died, and it's like, no, they didn't. I mean, it's just like, what? I mean, it's like they're POWs, but, I mean, I'm sure maybe their treatment isn't necessarily the best, but they're not dead. I mean, it's just like, the whole, like, quote, battle of Snake Island, like, that happened, but them all being died and being martyrs in that way is just bullshit. It's just like, It's like some of these things aren't, like the dude on the bridge wasn't, like that was definitely a confirmed case. Like the Ghost of Kiev thing, that is like a half-truth, where it's more so a group of, like a squad of pilots, more so than just one pilot. And the Reaper Kiev, or the Kievian Reaper, or whatever he's called, or whatever that dude is called specifically, probably just different snipers, who are just skilled marksmen. But knowing Ukraine and just a lot of different civilians in Europe, just kind of in general, there's a lot of like sportsmen's clubs and like marksman competitions and shit. And Ukraine's definitely no exception to that. So there's plenty of marksmen and sharpshooters that know their way around a long arm and know their way along a long rifle. So get them a good ass military grade fucking marksman rifle and shit, and they're probably gonna be, you know, doing fucking like, you know, like hella good instead of like some sort of civvy marksman rifle. You know, seriously, like. I mean, so this idea that like, oh, these are just like one little like, you know, one person, or like, you know, whatever. It's like, no, not really. I mean, it's like, get the whole morale aspect and the whole like, you know, the propaganda, like back-to-back fighting, you know, like, you know, trying to one-up the enemy's propaganda, so to speak, and shit. But it's just like, I mean, you should at least be a little bit, you know, mindful of that. Knowing that there definitely will be elements of propaganda and, you know, on both sides. Well, really all sides. I mean, because there's not necessarily just two sides in the war. There's, you know, going to be multiple, like, smaller micro factions that have their own little narratives and little gains out of it. Like the DPR and LPR, like, you know, the people and the troops and some of the leaders within that got their own agendas. Fucking, like, Azov probably got their own, you know, other different little paramilitaries, and some of the foreign legionary people going out there got their own fucking agendas and shit outside of, you know. It's just like, I mean, honestly, there are some. Like, there's definitely been people who literally just went there for fucking PR. Like, there's some British guy who went to the Foreign Legion but realized he was going on suicide missions, quote-unquote, and was like, fuck this. I took, like, a bunch of selfies, but I realized this actually ain't cool. So he just literally went there to take some selfies, and it looked like he did something and left. So some people are literally just doing this out of the virtue of just being like, hey, I was over there, guys. It's just like, wow. I mean, there's just a lot of scumfuckery going on, like, legit, you know, when it comes to, you know, like, the PR/propaganda elements of this war on all sides. Because it's just like, wow. The lengths that people are willing to go through to, like, justify some shit.
Huge learning moment for leftists, but people just bury it.
The leader of a local Communist party recently disappeared in Kiev. That's suspicious. For Ukrainians use crisis to crack down on their own leftists. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't necessarily be too surprised. I mean, you know, and at the same time, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if they're just crack down on anybody who might even be even just the slightest critical of the Ukrainian government right now. Because then at that point, they could just justify them as Russian saboteurs. So at that point, even if you have leftists who very well and very much are wanting to fight alongside with you, if they happen to still critique, you know, a lot about what you stand for and shit, or maybe some of the elements that are fighting with you, like Azov or whatever the fuck, then it's like, maybe we don't want to. Maybe you're a saboteur. It's just like, no. It'd be like if I were to, like, you know, be a Ukrainian citizen and, you know, while maybe being on the front lines, you know, or some shit, but still being critical of, you know, some elements of my own government, you know, but suddenly then, like, you know, my, like, my office, you know, the officer under my, you know, that I'm under the command of fucking, like, frags me or some shit in a firefight, you know, because he's like, you sound like you're, you know, not necessarily too willing to die for the cause, so it's like, I mean, how would that be a little, like, much different? It's just like, I mean, like, I mean, especially when it comes to, for the, like leftists in Ukraine, because, I mean, they're going to be the main pinnacle on helping trying to rebuild a lot of the country, especially when it comes to, like, workers' rights, you know, labor rights, you know, the rights of the average citizen in that country. It's just like, I mean, like, if anything, they're going to be some of your best allies. Plus, there are a lot of hardcore Nazi alt-right types that are flocking to Ukraine to join ASOF and get some military experience. Yeah, there's been Americans who are known, like, alt-right, fascist figures, who are, like, affiliated with, like, Waffen and the Proud Boys and shit like that, who are going there to join in, not just with, like, the Foreign Legions and shit, but find their way to find some of these more far-right paramilitary groups in Ukraine and fight with them. And it's like, I get it, like, obviously, you know, if they're volunteering, I mean, it's just like, okay, but, seems like, you know, you probably don't want to accept, you know, every fucking person. Like, I definitely wouldn't accept every single fucking person, you know, wanting to take up arms, you know, to help me out or some shit, because, you know, some people I just wouldn't necessarily trust, you know, given their ideology. Just honest. Like, if I was part of the Ukrainian government, I wouldn't necessarily trust Azov or some of these Nazi paramilitaries and shit, because, you know, they're going to definitely be doing some weird, questionable fucking shit at best, and some straight-out fucking war crimes at worst. So, I don't want to, you know, so fuck having affiliation with that. I can't say I'll lose any sleep over American neo-Nazis dying in Ukraine. I definitely won't either. Less neo-Nazis here in America, and I guess in the world. So, whatever. I could give a fuck. Like, if every American neo-Nazi decided to go out there, form their own battalion, and then they all got bitch-slapped and murked, then if anything, you'll probably see me cracking a beer open. Like, so, yeah, you're not gonna be seeing me crying fucking tears over that shit. But that's why, you know, it's just like, you know, like, I just look at this stuff a little, you know, I try to at least look at it a little bit more openly on, like, all perspectives in a way. Yeah, and that does kind of, you know, include some of the quote-unquote, like, worship propaganda side of things, because it's like, it helps build a bigger picture. Sukov, Jesus Christ! What the fuck, bro? Were you that excited to go see Dad? Well, now you have to obligatory, like, give us some serious loves, because he went insane. Just to reach up to you. Be like, what's up, bro? Okay, I'm moving this recurve somewhere else.
We crawl out of the room. Yeah.
You insane little mutt.
Yeah, you big slut. That's a big slut.
Did you crack off you're not working tonight? I don't really have any money. I gotta wait until I get paid tomorrow. When I get write my check. This is kind of the day where I just kind of lays around and fuck off. So. Alright, did my little one thing for today. Now let's grab a fat ass burrito to kind of like consume throughout the day. I had like half of it. I'm gonna have the other half later. But yeah, I mean, it's why I definitely try to have a little bit more of an open perspective about it, because just like, I mean, I'm against this whole entire fucking war period, and especially when it comes to these people that have like an open, fervent bloodlust and shit about it, it's like, and they're out there on the front lines willing to fucking, like, you know, exacerbate this shit further. It's like, I mean, regardless on what side they're on, I could give a fuck if they croaked. You know, as some enemy combatant and shit. And there's definitely, you know, plenty of those types on both sides. Like, there's outside of, you know, these, you know, boys that were lied to and shit on the Russian side of things, there's plenty of motherfuckers that are, got the same gun-ho, you know, fucking mindset as some of these other motherfuckers, you know, going out there volunteering and shit, you know, in the Ukraine. Like, there definitely is. Or else, you know, there wouldn't be, you know, some of the shit on the ground that's been going on, you know, with some of these troops and shit. Like, you know, with, like, the occasional skirmishes, you know, different lines, or the fucking, you know, or, like, you know, or just, like, you know, targeting civilians, which, honestly, there's been, I think, a back and forth, you know, both sides doing that shit. I would say Russia's doing it more, but I mean, there's been civilians who are fleeing away and trying to get away from the violence and the war, in the Luhansk and Donetsk regions and shit as it kind of gets more and more closer to where they're at. And some of these more neo-Nazi types that happen to be around those regions, like in Mariupol, like they're fucking, they're also targeting these civilians too. Because they happen to be more pro-Russian separatists affiliated, maybe. But it's just like, who knows? Who cares? They're civilians fleeing a fucking war. So it's just like, I mean, it just shows how, fundamentally the tragedy really, is like the civilian loss. Because, yeah, there's definitely some more Russian, like affiliated type of, civilians in Ukraine and shit that are also getting fucked. And frankly, I really don't care if they are a little bit more pro-Russian. It's like they're still civilians. They shouldn't have to fucking suffer, bloodshed and war and fucking have their homes, fucking blown out and be destabilized just because of that.
That's, they don't want to, follow the links of a chain and find that they are one of the links, It's a lot easier to just move on every fucking week or two to a new
It really is.
I don't, like I said, I don't know anything about the
Joe Fish from Ukrainian show, it's amazing. Infantry kill take. Yeah, I've seen that.
much of it is going on versus how much Ukrainian bullshit is.
Where they're setting up some of their javelin missiles and shit.
Josh is obviously a shrewd business person, and I think that a lot of this interpersonal drama was probably like leaned into very heavily so that he could recontextualize his channel and stop being a Ukrainian nationalist channel.
Seriously, he had to try to break away from that somehow. Because it was getting really fucking old. But he tried to do it with something that I could literally give a fuck about.
Oh shit, my dude.
Oh shit, my guy.
This Ukrainian nationalist arc is getting out of control, my guy. I bet I find somebody to beef with, my dude.
J.K. Rowling sounds great, my dude. It's like, oh my god, two Twitter assholes fucking getting at each other. Because I guess one did a misogyny and the other did a transphobia, and now, like, all of Twitter's mad. It's like,
Saudi Arabia said, well, we don't sanction Saudi Arabia. I mean, we do. Just not in the way that you think. We sanction them in the sense that we underwrite their brutality.
and their genocides and mass beheadings and death.
Oh, yeah.
In literal barbaric savagery. That not even fucking rabid animals would be, capable of.
Steven Seagal is the new diplomat, I know. Steven Seagal. Fucking.
And of course, society people suffer for it.
Rodman. These are our diplomats, guys.
Oh my god, if Steven Seagal was our fucking diplomat. It was keep her transphobic shit to herself and she'd be beloved at least for a century or more. Sure. Like, even if she talked about it maybe like once or twice and then just kind of shut up about it. It's like, yeah, I'm not really a big fan of trans people. I kind of think they undermine feminist stuff, and yeah. And that was like it, and just never talked about it again, aside from maybe like one or two times she reacts to somebody maybe calling her out or something like that. And the way she did was just like, look, I know they have their opinions, and I guess I'm willing to chat with them privately, but, it's just my personal opinion, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, whatever. Like, then, yeah, no one, honestly, I don't think as many people would give a fuck. There definitely would not be, like, some fat outrage thing over it. And honestly, it's just like, I mean, I don't know. I was talking about it last night, actually, when I came back home about, because, like, honestly, it's like I separate art from artists and shit, and, it's like I can, even though I've rarely really tapped into the Harry Potter lore and all that, and its universe and its world, I mean, I can still appreciate it, but JK and her transphobic bullshittery and her being a bitch that way, I mean, fuck her for that, but whatever.
Very, very likely.
I mean, it's just like, honestly, there's definitely, like, legitimate harm being done to trans people that doesn't involve around J.K. Rowling.
Great worry with that.
Just straight up. Like, Florida, Texas, like, a lot of these different, like, GOP politicians are trying to fucking push these bills. like the Don't Say Gay bill and all this other shit. Like, I mean, like, that's, you know, that's where I think, you know, a lot of the real harm is coming from. And I guess, yeah, sure, the argument can be made that people like J.K. Rowling enable that type of shit, but it's like, she's not a legislator. Like, I mean, the legislators enable and push that. Like, I guess, as an idea, she does, but not, like, when it comes to the direct actual fucking harm. I mean, well, I guess also the argument can be made she does, because it enables those thoughts, you know, in people, but so do these fucking politicians who have a lot more of a direct link of harm and a direct connection to the harm that can be done. It's like, it just comes down to like the harm factor. She's not as harmful in comparison to these other motherfuckers who are actually trying to fucking like outright, you know, do like dehumanizing second class segregationist shit with trans people.
Not a single question comes out of fucking Snake Island, boss. Oh my god, doesn't even happen. What did Wizard Woman do today? How's the wizard beef, dude? How's the wizarding beef with Harry Potter going on, dude? Are you gonna go back to Ollivanders and replace your broken wand, my guy? Oh, the scream is starting. Back to Diagon Alley. Got wizard beef, bro.
Wizard beef.
That's a clown, dude.
Yeah, I mean, while Vosh may technically be right, it's like, it really is just like some of the most like meaningless drama bullshit. I feel like every drama thing that happens on the internet, on the BreadTube shit, is literally more meaningless than the last.
Wizard lady had bad take.
Like, it just feels like that. Ugh.
Boss bad, boss bad, boss mad, boss sad.
Bosh mad and sad. Because he bad.
My dude, I'm not making enough money propagandizing my audience, my guy. The wizarding world of internet beef, dude. Let's take a pause from World War III, my guy, and let's do a whole week on me beefing with the bitch that wrote The Wizard. My God.
I love Paul trolling on that Vosh. It's so fucking funny. I love it. I don't think Zukov's amused. He just kind of wandered off and went,
Cloud sharking. Is Vosh a cloud demon?
Cloud shark. Kinda. A little bit.
Would that be?
I mean, honestly though, a little bit. Maybe not like outright. Maybe not like all the way.
Misuse the term cloud.
But definitely a little bit. Because you don't feed him enough treats. I literally just... okay. Fuck you. No. 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 I'm going to prove it to you. No. I don't feed him enough. We're not even talking about treats here. But...
A cloud goblin.
I just filled that up before I started this. When I came home after I ate some of my burrito. Like, there's rice in there, some peas, some carrots, and that kibble with some salmon oil on top of that. You're telling me I don't feed it? Fake news. Defamation. Slander. I'm gonna get Rosenthal. It looks like human food. That's stuff that's good for him.
Wizard lady did a tweet.
Like, carrots, peas, and rice are good for dogs. Actually, what's good for dogs if they have upset stomachs and don't feel really good is shredded chicken and rice. And warm that up a little bit, and that's actually really good for dogs. Like, you know, so honestly, like, that's actually a very healthy bowl of food right there for them. So... Spoiling with some good shit, bro. I don't have any chicken in there or anything, but
Right
next time he's gonna
there's
get
gonna
some.
be a Zelensky movie. You know it's already being cast, dude. They're already talking about like.
Oh, they're already making it Zelensky. They could just have Zelensky himself. Just wait until the war's over, and then just get him.
TV star kind of thing going on. Yeah.
Like, once he kind of does all the diplomatic bullshit and gets that all said and done after it's all in all, he can be like, alright, hold on, I'm gonna star as myself in my movie.
It's gonna be a hero shot. It's gonna ignore the fact that Zelensky is corrupt as all fucking get out.
He's definitely got some questionable shit.
I wonder what Harry Potter house I'm in. I've taken the official test.
I mean, it does seem like he's at least, like,
The Wizarding World.
you know, more of a representative, you know, of his people in a way, but he's definitely got some questionable shit about him still.
So that's about as.
I mean, it's basically just standard corrupt politician shit, but it's like,
There you go.
running on this whole anti-corporate thing, but anti-corruption stuff, but you also have your own baggage about that. It's like, not corrupt Zelensky. I know there was like this money laundering thing that he did with one of his production companies. It's actually on his wiki, so it's definitely a very open and known thing. And his response to it was, it technically wasn't money laundering because of, you know, some sort of like specific legal loophole or some shit. You know, so I'd rather have Zelensky get to Biden. Well, yeah, honestly, I would too. I'm just gonna be honest. I would rather have Zelensky as U.S. president than Biden. I will admit that, and I'm being fucking honest. But, you know, it's like, I wouldn't say he's like American politician corrupt, you know what I mean? But he's got some baggage. I wouldn't say enough to be like, oh fuck, you know, he's actually, you know, kind of like horrible, but he's not like that. He's you know, he's just got some, you know, kind of a little bit of just a little.
Specto Balonus, dude. Got a wizard duel happening.
I can never spell his name right. Pandora Papers. The October 2021 Pandora Papers revealed that Zelensky and his chief aide and the head of security service Ukraine, Ivan Bakanov, operate a network of offshore companies in the British Virgin Islands, Cyprus, and Belize. These companies included some that owned expensive London property. Around the time of his 2019 election, Zelensky handed his shares to a key offshore company over to Shafir, but the two men appeared to have made an arrangement for Zelensky's family to continue receiving the money from these companies. Zelensky's election campaign had centered on pledges to clean up the Ukrainian government of Ukraine. In the 17th of October 2021 interview with ICTV, Zelensky did not deny that in 2012 he used offshore companies. He claimed that he did this to avoid his then satirical TV shows being, quote, influenced by politics. Zelensky stressed that neither he nor any of his members of, quote, Kvartal 95 were involved in money laundering. Which is, Kvartal 95 is a publicly held production company in Ukraine.
Dumbledore would have lasted 15 seconds.
So,
in the room with a Balrog.
that's kind of a major, you know, red flag, I would think. Having a little bit of offshore money laundering companies. It's like, Oof. Yeah, he's hearing shit outside. Baby. What's up, bro? What's up, bro?
Voldemort or Pauly Shore, who would win? So Voldemort, what are his powers? He's got the wizard powers, so he can do the laser beam with his wand. He can make things fly around, and he can lift people up, and lift things up, and throw things, and blah blah. So he's basically got like...
Fuck you powers. Superpowers work. Does he chase Bandit?
Hyper annoying.
To play with him, yeah.
Hyper annoying. And really like enraging. So like you can imagine that Pauly Shore would immediately piss off Voldemort. Because Voldemort will be like, why do you stand in my way?
Why do you stand in my way?
Polyshore would be like, chill, buddy.
Chill,
You need to
bro.
calm down and stop
Stop
wheezing
wheezing
that
Oh boy.
Doing that whole like,
Doing some weird shit. Gotta like chill, bro.
immediately.
Like that fucking oh god, Paulie. Oh god, dude.
You are a fool.
Who would? Who would win that?
I'm a little bit worked up.
Oh god.
When I'm feeling worked up, I have some chamomile tea, buddy. I'm going to flame and flesh from your bones. Whoa, buddy. Do you want to talk about it?
What? Talk about it, buddy.
I'm the weasel.
Come on, bro. What's he doing? That was uncomfortable.
Mitzi would be so proud. I know, dude.
All I gotta do is be Voldemort, is get a 50 cal and put some blood in him.
A meme. Gorilla.
I would let him borrow my Vishka. Well, I'm saying it like I already have it.
Yeah, if you don't know who Pauly Shore is, you're better off for it, man. You missed a dark time in that history of celebrity that you need not visit now. Slava Gorilla, dude.
Slava Gorilla. Gorilla always wins. That's what we need to do. We just need to get Gorilla up in the Ukraine, dude. Not even there. We just gotta get him into fucking, just like, into like the fucking Red Square and just like, yo fam, it's Gorilla. And just like, boom. Because we all know Gorilla always wins.
The fake cones were chillin'. The water universe is better than Harry Potter's because it has...
I know I still have my It's Gorilla shirt, but I need to find where it
The
is.
Lord of the Rings universe is the template upon which Harry Potter...
For I've misplaced that shirt. I feel a little
There
disappointed.
would be no Harry Potter without Lord of the Rings. And denying that etymology is just denying the history of fantasy, high fantasy.
That is true. I mean, without Lord of the Rings, there would be so much different fucking, like there would just be so much in fantasy that wouldn't really be there. I mean, if it is, it would be from different forms and different mediums. Except versus Boba Fett. Well, Gorilla won there too. He literally fucked Boba Fett to death. After Boba Fett fucked the little pump to death. It's a chain of getting fucked to death. Face fucking. Oh my god, that stream. It's Gorilla stream. It's so goddamn good. It is just a good one.
But a lot of those tropes are still extant.
Hank Trill out-rap Gorilla.
Yeah.
Oh, does Gorilla rap?
As far as I understand it, I don't even know if there are. I guess there are dwarves in the Warhammer universe. I just don't.
I mean, we don't know Gorilla out there, you know, is fucking, you know, slapping bars. I mean, I'm sure I'm sure he does, maybe. You know.
I mean, yeah.
I ain't gonna deny that, you know, he probably is slapping some bars. I mean, I'm just gotta, you know, have some confirmation. Because if he doesn't slap bars and that's not what he does, then it's like, alright, well, yeah, Hank Trill would out-rap Gorilla, because Gorilla don't rap. But I'm just assuming because it's Gorilla that he does, so it's like, I don't know. I mean, Hank Trill be up there. Hank Trill do be up there, but I don't think Gorilla could fucking, you know, get out-rapped by, you know, by Hank Trill. I think, you know, the premise still applies. Gorilla always wins.
the old are in the orcs for creation of the old ones. I thought that see, I'm thinking about a specific breed.
Gonna
Grab
my
they
other drink.
Which are like the
That's in Zukop's little broken
the
fist.
more goblin-y type of orcs. I think that because there's like those two types of orcs, right? There's like the more goblin-y type of orcs, and then there's the more man type of orcs. And the more man type of orcs are the ones that like, you know, Sauron was like doing experiments with breeding like orcish males with goblin females or whatever the fuck. Or whatever.
Boom. I knew it. Gotta be cautious. These were in Zukop's vest pouches last night, and of course him running around everywhere would make these hella fucking...
Right, yeah. Yeah, I get mixed up sometimes. I'm still pretty new to the whole 40K thing, so... And I definitely don't, like, read a whole lot about the age of Sigmar 40K shit.
Zukop, what the fuck are you doing? You little psychomat, you? Should be good. Whoa. Okay, maybe not. I thought it was good. Okay, this isn't good. Oh, fucking hell.
There's a bunch of those, right? There's like Awww and Rattlings. A bunch of like human, like subspecies or whatever.
This still doesn't feel like a lost pressure. What the hell?
Okay.
How shook up is this? Oh my god. Every time I try. I think I'm just gonna have to say fuck it.
No birdie.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Sorry, bird watching.
Sounds so weird. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good now. Alright. We're able to do that without having any significant explosions. Sweet. Zukov, I'm just gonna be honest, you did that. This is your fault. Very late stage faultness.
There's a woodpecker that I've seen out here now. I got a lot of different birds. Sparrows, woodpeckers, jays.
Still tastes good.
Warbler. You got them, they fly through.
Will you above rubber?
Yeah, probably quite a few others.
Woodpeckers. Scrub daves.
Hummingbirds, yeah. I don't see them very often, but they are around.
I love seeing the birds around here. I like bird watching myself. Actually, before I left, there was this small little, like, probably a sparrow or warbler of some sort, where it was, where it has, like, this big, like, kind of, like, boofy yellow chest. And it's just like, ooh, what's this pretty little thing?
That'd be a lizard or a explorer.
Because I haven't seen those around before, but saw one just kind of chilling out doing this whole thing.
Only dwarf lizard.
There's some hummingbirds that are around here too, ravens, of course, at least 2 different species of woodpecker, 2 different types of jays, stellar jays and scrub jays that live around here, fox sparrows, chickadees.
Birds can't even fly. They definitely like know. that they don't.
All sorts of cool little birds around here.
They'll just come right up, like, pretty close. And they know we're too slow and stupid to catch anybody.
Hey, Zoco. What's up, baby? You look like a lazy bones.
They're taking like a little sand bath. Hoping they're not trying to lay their eggs right there. Yeah.
You walked up so lazily, too.
Probably thought you were a kitty.
Hmm.
Did you notice a bird? You want to get a haircut today? Oh, for what? Getting prepared for that hot weather around the corner. You can't be wearing this big full wool blanket all through the hot weather.
I mean, I think Shih Tzu thing probably.
Hey, Zoco. Look at you, pretty baby.
It's not a good combo.
Would you be a little rap dog? Would you be a good little rap dog? I'm wondering if you'd be a little rap dog, little buddy.
Crows outside my place, they die upon
You sweet little baby.
times. Yeah.
Give you a little tweet.
Crows are awesome to have around. They're very, very noisy. You know,
Sit.
You have to like really like a bird call
Sit.
to appreciate being around a herd of crows because you're gonna hear it.
Sit, boy. Or not. Okay.
8
Stand up.
Sunday constantly. Crows constantly.
Paw?
Yeah.
Something. Paw. Give me a paw.
Had a
Paw?
a pair of geese
Paw?
fly by the other day. It was kind of cool.
Paw.
And I've seen
Good
some
boy.
ducks in the area.
Huh?
They're more
Sit.
doves for sure. I can tell you that much. You hear those?
Do you not want this?
Jays,
Sit.
finches,
Yeah, sit.
woodpeckers, sparrows. I don't know.
Hey, sit. Sit.
That yellow budded
Sit, boy.
yellow
Sit.
tush warbler or whatever.
Sit.
it's called.
Or how about this? Lay down.
Shoebill is the
Lay
coolest
down.
bird. Dude,
Lay
that's
down,
not
buddy.
a bird. That's a fucking straight out dinosaur, dude. Dude, I'm definitely.
Oh my god. You are not. Stand up.
Malicious.
Up,
They
up.
look like a T-Rex, dude.
Well, now you sit down. Okay. There you go. Oh my god, what a weirdo.
I don't know that I'd run up on a shoebill, you know? They just don't look like the type of animal you want to fuck with.
Shoebill, oh my god. That's not a bird, those are fucking just straight up dinosaurs. They fucking sound like it too. Those things sound just, oh my god. And those eyes, like when they, especially when they look like directly at you, with those eyes of theirs, it's like, dude, holy shit.
That is singing.
Dude, those things are fucking crazy. I mean, crazy cool looking, but
Just had a whole ass concert out here. Got bars.
I'm loving it.
Grandmother raised cockatiels, super cool birds. Reminds me of a prehistoric beast. Yeah.
Cocktails are pretty cool too.
I like birds. Birds are gossiping about you, I know.
Yeah, I just couldn't keep
Yeah, I really wouldn't want it. Unless it was like a rehab bird or something. A bird that couldn't survive in the wild or something might be cool to keep as a pet, but I couldn't take like a bird and clip its wings and put it in a cage forever. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
I mean, you wouldn't even have to clip their wings. But yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have a pet bird myself either. Rather attend to the ones that happen to be around me outside. Take care of those ones.
Dude, you sandbathing, taking a whole ass bath, getting cleaned up, birdie. I don't know what's going on over here.
feeling because it's probably a little later at night now at this point. All the birds around here are kind of quiet. Kind of went off into their nests doing their thing.
See the Polish guy who befriended his local seagulls? It ain't hard to make friends with seagulls, man.
It's not hard at
Some of
all.
the most audacious birds on the planet. I've had seagulls literally run up, like sneak up on a beach blanket and grab a small item of clothing and run off with it.
I've had that happen before. I've had seagulls at the beach before, straight up like sneak snacks. Like I'll like walk off for a little bit, maybe have some Oreos, and I'll feed maybe one or two of them to one of them, and all of a sudden I'll go back to my spot and there'll be like 6 or 8 of them just like circling around, like walking up, and it's like, uh-oh. It's like they're coming for food. Seagulls are not hard to befriend at all. I mean, I guess, you know, overt, like, domestication is probably a little more difficult, but them being chill with you and being like, alright.
I've seen these things before. I've observed
It's like,
them. I see how fast they can move, and I can move at least fucking 10 times that fast. I can go straight up and they can't get me. So
I mean, same thing with crows, too. I mean, I love crows. Like, a lot of the little neighborhood crows around here pretty much recognize that I'm pretty chill, but they still kind of keep their distance. But that's kind of usually how a lot of crows are.
Landing near you, and you'll think, oh, they're not even about. They're just like landing over there. They're working their way over you. One of them is going to do it. Yeah, seagulls are just beach vultures, yeah. And they're scavengers first and foremost. It's not all they eat, but you know, they do a little bit of fishing and stuff. But yeah, most of what they eat is just whatever washes up on the beach or what's left floating after a kill in the ocean or whatever the fuck. Like they're just, they got that, like scavengers in general too. They've got like a mentality that's very clear. Everything's a work to a scavenger. They're all doing the flim flam.
Flip flam panty wham. It's like, hey, what type of opportunities can we have to try to sneak in our, you know, like sneak in an opportunity? What type of work can we do here?
I bet there's some fat daddy seagulls down there.
Fat daddy seagulls. Dude, I bet there's some hella plump ass seagulls. If I look out Google images right now, there'd be like some hella plump seals. Or seagulls. I mean, there's always gonna be hella plump seals.
Kind of funny, ironic that America's national bird is a scavenger. What are you talking about? Bald eagle? Yeah. I mean, it's not really a national.
Oh my god.
It does like to provide a whole lot of like.
Oh my god. There's some fat looking seagulls. There's some regular looking ones, but then there's like a couple that are just some chunky plumps. Oh my lord.
I think there's a lot of scientists that say like T-Rex was probably mostly a scavenger as well. People would come up on some of their animals' kill, chase it off, and eat it, like hyena style, you know?
That would kind of interesting. It probably makes sense considering their body structure. At least as we know it right now.
America should be the anonymous Rex. No. National emblem should be a bowl of mac and cheese. Yeah, I'd go with that.
What is the national food of America? Mac and cheese.
Is that all that's left here is the Stoopy?
Some good shit.
If I worked it down to just the Stoopies today.
The Stoopies. Oh my goodness.
I feel like maybe I've been a little like lax and lenient and that took me for how much Stoopy there has been lately. But I just have like I haven't had the heart to be all hard ass and stuff.
Haven't got the heart.
Been feeling it, you know what I mean? I feel like that I've been dereliction of duty for so long now that there's just a whole fuck ton of Stoopy that has found its like crept its way back in through the cracks under the door. And
oh, poor Paul.
I think it might be time. I think maybe the next one of these is gonna start with some edicts.
Some edicts.
Maybe those plebs during any nuggets will get you riled up again.
Like, what the fuck is this?
I've already decided that
Trump says Soviet Union had a lot of love?
Former President Donald Trump.
Wait, what the fuck? The Soviet Union had a lot of love? Huh? What? What?
Radio show. I didn't even know she had a radio show. I knew she had a Fox News like nightly show. I didn't know she had a radio show. And she was asking him about, Russia's war in Ukraine, and he made some comments that are getting headlines. Let's listen and then I'll react.
Can Russia occupy that area? Can they afford to? I mean, economically,
Judge Janine.
Aren't they hurting right now?
Yeah, not the way it's going, they can't. Everyone thought they'd go in very quickly, they'd occupy and put it back into Russia like the Soviet Union. They wanted to rebuild the Soviet Union probably with a different name in all likelihood. But they wanted to rebuild the Soviet Union, and that's what this is all about to a large extent. And then you say, what's the purpose of this? They had a country. You could see it was a country where there's a lot of love. And, we're doing it because somebody wants to make his country larger, or he wants to put it back the way it was when actually it didn't work very well.
So the quote everybody's talking about is, it's a country where there's a lot of love.
Huh? This I'm a little confused actually. Like I really don't know what to say to all that. Like okay. Like the Soviet Union, it was a country of a whole lot of love, tremendous. Let me just tell you, it's like huh? Aren't you and your party like always the ones who are like, oh no, those scary commies, the fucking leftists and shit like that? I mean, it's like, huh? Like the Soviet Union was a country of a whole lot of love, bro. Dude, what is with... Dude, what the fuck is like the amalgamation that is Trump's brain? Like, seriously. Like, what in the fuck? What? Am I just like a little too high, to like truly comprehend this Trump now at this point? Like, I don't even know. Like, what the fuck? It's like the Soviet Union, he wants to make it back and, to try to make, his country bigger again, and, it was because it was a country that had a whole lot of love. Okay, oh my god, okay. It's like, how in the fuck is... Like, hey! No! Don't look at... Hey! Get over here. Look at me. No. 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 Like, I'm confused because they're like, aren't they the party and like the fucking like side that are always like, the Soviet Union, the commies, blah 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 blah. Sukov, hey! Shut up! I think that was my dad. Sukov! Come on, bro. Bruh. Zukov. 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 Yeah. Don't even think about it. Hey. Oh, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come here. Oh, you boy. You boy. You boy. Come on. Why do you like cower like something about happened to you? Why do you do that? You know I do nothing to you. Okay, I might do something to you if you go sneaking around those tweets. Your tail's in my weed! No! Oh my god. Okay, fucking get that. You prick! Look at you. You're insane. You're insane. Insane in the membrane. Are we good? Are we chilling? I got all the weed off of them on there. Okay. See?
Why are you barking at me? Huh?
Yeah.
Why are you barking at me?
I thought you were Pops, but I guess it was you.
Your dad's home.
Oh.
The car's home. He's probably asleep.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Had to go get more.
I go say hi to your uncle.
And I'm probably not getting my phone yet.
Not yet.
I haven't got paid yet.
Whoop Zukov. He only whoops once. Oh, you're an annoying little fruit. Go get him! Get him, boy! Yeah, I should went off to go get him. What a fruit. What a little fruit muff.
No, I haven't got paid yet.
Ah.
I have to drop 184.
Ooh.
No, that's to put 50% on my phone.
Damn.
Once 50% on my phone, I can upgrade.
Nice.
I'm not gonna wait 5 months. Because basically what it is our phones right now are $31 a month. And if we get our phones, when we get our new phones, it goes down to 27.
You fucking fruit.
So basically, instead of paying 30 something, we're paying 20 something, 27 something.
Ah. So it'll be a little cheaper.
$11 cheaper. Our bill will drop.
Yeah.
$11. But see, the funny thing is I'm still keeping my tablet because that was a fucking gang and a half of fucking trying to find one of those fuckers. I went to Clackamas Mall before I got that.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have any.
I'm also not surprised.
They're like, oh, you can order one. I'm like, no, I want it now. Guess where we went to get it? Hillsborough. I was still living here, wasn't I? Was he living here or
I don't think so yet.
I don't know. But yeah, when I
think you had your tablet by the time you were here.
Yeah, I did, because I got it when I was living over at 99.
Yeah.
And I'm staying here again this weekend. Gas prices.
Yeah.
And going out to my mom's is a gang of fucking gas.
Yeah, just because of gas prices and shit.
Well, my mom's fine with it too, because my mom has to pinch her pennies and I have to pinch my pennies, but she doesn't end up getting a new phone, but that's probably waiting, so.
Yeah.
I won't probably get it until Friday, so.
Right, yeah. I definitely got to pinch my
Check
pennies
this out.
too.
When we went down there to order Sarah's phone,
Hmm.
Well, can you guys order another one? No. Like, I'm gonna be getting mine probably Friday. Oh, well, we can't do that.
Yeah.
So I probably won't get it until fucking Wednesday next week.
What are gas prices up there? Probably about like $5 on average.
$4.60, $4.85.
40, yeah, so about 4.60, 4.85 right now. But yeah, it's
Diesel is 5 gallons. It's
Yeah.
$5 a gallon.
Yeah, I've noticed like some gas stations will be more spendier than others, but yeah, it'll vary a
They're
little
all
bit.
5. All diesel's 5.
Yeah.
Harley's work I think is like 4.85
Damn.
for regular. So what are you doing with your check tomorrow?
I know I'm gonna at least put 80 aside for
Your rifle?
well, not well, I'm gonna put some aside for that, but I'm also gonna put a little bit for a laptop that my friend's gonna give me.
Oh, okay.
That's like at least, you know, temporary upgrade until I get something, you know, more better in the long run. But honestly, it's like
So you
special.
can play video games?
Yeah, well, I mean, not necessarily just video games, but at least the ones I'm thinking about, it'll definitely be able to play them. Because he says it can at least run Left 4 Dead 2, and at least, you know, graphic-wise and everything, if I'm thinking, you know, if you can play that.
You can get Left 4 Dead 2 on your Xbox.
Well, yeah, I have it. What the fuck? Yeah, who could that be? Is it like a friend or someone of his, or I don't know. But yeah, I know I'm at least gonna put 80 aside for that, just to hold it on for, you know, in the meantime. And then at least depending on how much the check is, it'll either be 100 or 150. I'm gonna at least to start to put off to decide. Elon says you can accept my Steam friend request so I can gift you games to play. Oh, I see what you're doing there.
Some old lady here, I think it's Carol.
Oh, hold on.
Door.
No, hold on.
She didn't want to walk through the mud.
Door real quick.
the fuck is that?
Oh, it's a package that Harley wanted me to hold for him. I was gonna hide it back over there.
Put your shit over there.
Yeah, because that's where I told him I was gonna put it.
What is it?
They're urns. You should just kind of give me a look. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not questioning it. I just wanted to ask him what if they were specifically, and I was just like, that's what he said, and I was like, alright.
Were they family?
Yeah. No, that's from what I understand, yeah. I mean, not his, but, I told him I'll just leave it and flash it, just put it over here. But I'll let him know when it does show, so I'll just let him know later. Oh, we'll close that door. Baby.
So was that Carol?
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd she
I
go?
have an urn with my grandmother's ashes I keep in my closet. Yeah, they're my friends' friends that, I mean, I'm acquainted with the guy, but there were some of his that they couldn't really get shipped anywhere. My friend asked me if it was alright if he could send it here, and I'm like, yeah, it's okay. He told me what it was, I'm like, alright, well, I definitely will not fuck with it then. Not like I was going to in the first place, but...
I haven't heard of my dog's ashes.
Yeah. I got like a little, at least for me, more of a graveyard out in the back. But I know we're supposed to get like an urn with at least half of my uncle's ashes. Well, not actual uncle, but with my Robert's stuff that used to be in that room in there.
I didn't know your dad's name was Scott.
Yeah, it is. It's but Robert is the uncle, so to speak, that used to live here. Kind of complicated story of that one. My mom back in the day used to date Robert, and then they lost, and then they broke up and then lost contact after a while when she moved up here. And then like sometime in like 2013, 2014, somewhere around there, I think 2013, now I'm thinking about it, they somehow got in contact again for Facebook, and then I came up here and then was just like, hey, I actually kind of basically decided to say I want to start a new life up here, so could I move in actually a little bit? And that was meant to be more of a temporary thing, and then it ended up being more of a permanent thing.
Yeah.
So, but after a while, it just kind of felt like, you know, it was more kind of like a, you know, like an uncle figure that, you know, like was there after, you know, some time and shit once we started chilling.
Kind of like how me and you are right now.
Yeah. But I guess I want to say that, you know, it's more like uncle figure of us or some shit, but
No,
more,
it's
yeah.
brothers.
Yeah. I guess in a way, at least for me, is, you know, probably was like that just because my dad had a brother, but he was killed in a not a robbery, but like the owner thought they were like stealing some shit and pulled a shotgun on him, and he was trying to, like, you know, disarm him peacefully and be like, hey, you know, having his hand out and trying to slowly lower it, but the shop owner reacted and shot him. So obviously, point blank of a shotgun, you're probably gonna die, and he did. So it's just like, I mean, you know, so it's just, you know, so in a way, I think, you know, it's like, because knowing that, it's like, you know, in a way, it's like, if that didn't happen, I would have like an actual, like, kind of uncle figure, so to speak. So it was kind of like a, you know, place in, so to speak, at least, you know, to have, you know, something like that.
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't like, you know, obviously the exact same, but so it kind of at least felt like that. Because once I started to smoke weed a little bit, then like our him and I's relationship kind of started to grow a lot more from that too. Because I mean, you know, obviously he smoked weed a lot more than I do too. Actually, he would fucking chief. So God forbid, good guard doggo. Well, his older brother Vito actually is now at this point. He's actually, you know, pretty decent little like guard dog type of dog. And if Zukov, you know, in some ways, you know, develops in kind of the same way, he would probably be too. Just less like fuck lusty, you know, like Vito was, where he impregnated his sister. Like that was quite the arc for Vito. Zukov has not been on such an arc, and nor do I ever plan on that happening, and actually that ain't going to, because Jazzy's spayed now, so Vito hasn't been doing that crazy shit. Doggo incests you. Yeah, honestly, there must be something about, like, their, like, bloodline or something, because Zukov, like, he was, like, before Jazzy was spayed, like, he was kind of, you know, tapping into that a little bit. He was wanting to be like, you know, I mean, he was still more of a puppy back then, so he was more like, hey. He got that goofy, like, happy puppy face, you know, kind of panting, just, and then he'll kind of like, and kind of do this weird little, like, floppy ass mount, and he'll just, like, kind of lazily, you know, clumsily be like, I'm doing it right, yeah? You know, kind of thing. And then just kind of flop over and be like, oh, but still have that goofy face like, I'm still like, I'm a goof. I mean, so it's just like, he wasn't totally getting into it, but oh my god, there was a couple times I kind of caught him where he was like, I look goofy, but I kind of know it now. You know, getting up on that, it's like, the bruh. At least you're not like your fucking brother. Your older brother's a little, his older brother, like, his eyes are a little different. Like, they got, like, these little, like, they kind of, like, slightly diverge a little bit now, and they have, like, this gaze. Like, Zukov doesn't have that gaze, but Vito, there's something about his look that is just, like, it's kind of a little sociopathic, almost. It's like, oh, God. But Zukov just got innocent guilt and just goofiness. Oh, who's a good boy? He doesn't create unwanted puppies. I mean, no. I'm at least gonna, you know, give it a little time for him to fully develop, but there's also, like, vasectomies as well that I can do, where he doesn't necessarily, you know, lose anything, but just gets, what is it, like the vas deferens or some shit? I think, yeah, I think those are the tubes that, like, connect everything into the tubes and the holes that they go to, or whatever the fuck. I mean, so it's like they basically cut off, like, kind of cut off the supply from there. So it's like, if there's no way for fresh sperms to get into, you know, with those, you know, vas deferens and shit, then it's like, alright, well, boom. There you go. There ain't no way for that, you know, nut to be a nut. It's just gonna be all like the other fluids and shit. Should get a vasectomy in solidarity with Zukov. I don't need to. I'm not planning on having kids anytime soon. Or at least as it stands now. Yeah, I mean, we have a puppo. It's like, I don't need to do shit. He's alive. That just means he's being a good boy. Yes, he is.
Alright, I'm gonna go off my show. The other bag of ice, is it?
What's up?
The other bag of ice, is it?
Yeah, I think so. Pretty sure.
Tell me you grabbed one that I didn't know where you put it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in there. Oh. Little city boy. Swagmaster Ski did a little community post. Hank Trill X Little Cow Pal. Is that like a hint that there's going to be like a collab, or is that like a back and forth? Hmm. Institute of Human Anatomy. What explosions do to the body? Blast injury. What the fuck? Why do I... YouTube? Why do I want to see that? And the thumbnail's just straight up like, yeah, here's like a cadaver with like, you know, some organs and stuff. It's like, yo. No. Why? God. Fuck. Can we not? Ugh. It's just like, God, thanks, YouTube. Let's see what random shit is going on for the tube wise. So unanimously passed something good. Yeah, the daylight savings time bill. I like how like everyone's just taking the time to just celebrate that. Or it's like, yay, we don't have to fucking like go by daylight savings time anymore. Which honestly, I'm just glad. I will admit, I am very glad about that. It pleases me. Last night I was definitely taking a couple drinks to that, you know, in honor. Because goddamn, about time we ended that shit. Points blocked, watched on Twitter. Oh my god, wow. This fucking drama fuel continues. Zuka! Come on. Don't be that way, dude. Don't be like that, bro. Is there really not much going on? Cool. Ukraine concedes to major Putin demand. What's this about?
So news broke yesterday about a major concession from Ukraine to Russia. They're basically openly saying now and giving into really the core demand, or at least nominally the core demand from Vladimir Putin. So let me go ahead and throw that up on the screen here. This is in Newsweek. Vladimir Zelensky says Ukraine won't join NATO in his strongest terminology yet. Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky appears to have accepted that his country will not become a member of NATO, and one of the demands made by Russia
was to not join NATO, so...
According to... Sorry, the letters are small for me here. Let me make it bigger. According to a translation of his comments in a speech, Zelensky said that Ukraine had realized it would not become part of the Western military alliance. For years, we've heard the opposite, open doors. However, it is not, he said Tuesday, according to Ukrainian news outlet Truka. Our people understand this, and we are beginning to count on our own strength, he added. Media outlet Nexta quoted Zelensky as saying, "We realized that Ukraine will not become a member of NATO. We understand this. We are adequate people. Kyiv needs new formats of interaction with the West and separate security guarantees." Zelensky has repeatedly called for NATO to set up a no-fly zone above Ukraine to prevent the barrage of attacks coming from Russia.
Because that totally won't start World War III.
Putin announced the invasion on February 24th. Last week, Zelensky told ABC News that he had cooled down about Ukraine's bid to join the alliance long ago. He said this came after we understood that NATO was not prepared to accept Ukraine. So, behind the scenes, it's very likely that... So step one is like, do you want to be a member of NATO? And, according to the numbers within Ukraine, the answer is yes. It's not overwhelming. I don't know. I forget what the exact number I read was. 56% maybe say they do want to be part of NATO. The government wants to be part of NATO. But, step two is, well, does NATO want you? And at the very least, Germany vetoes it. And they're like, well, we don't want, well, why wouldn't Germany want Ukraine and NATO? Well, obviously, they have very deep business ties with Russia, or at least they had very deep business ties with Russia. And they got about half of their natural gas from Russia. So they knew that might threaten their business relationship, so they didn't want Ukraine in NATO. And then perhaps France was against it too. We don't know the specifics, but I'm sure behind the scenes there were a number of countries that were saying, look, we just don't want them in the military alliance. Okay. So now we get the acknowledgement from Ukraine in no uncertain terms, very clear language. We're not going to be members of NATO. We're just not going to be. Now, Putin, when he lists his grievances, this was honestly the main one. This is the main one, where he says, the problem is NATO has been expanding, and hey, we have some red lines. One of the red lines is Ukraine can't be in NATO. And one of the arguments he gave when he decided we're going to go in, we're going to invade, is I got to do it because the red line is being crossed, and they want to join NATO, and they might join NATO. So this is like a defensive thing on my part. That's one of the main points he made over and over. Now,
yeah, I'll say that's true. Like, I mean, to me, also just seems like definitely kind of like an open arm to be like, hey, look, I mean, we're not going to be able to be in NATO and shit. So instead of, that, we could make tests for the EU and shit. But, outside of that, it's just like, we're not going to, be able to expand on this alliance and shit, but also use that as an ability to be like, hey, if you want something from us, there's that, but, we're still not going to concede on, this other type of shit. So, at least, leaves, a door open to be like, all right, they've worked with us, this far, so to speak, then, it makes it a little bit more closer to an actual potential peace agreement. So, all in all, that's just generally a good thing.
Time of this recording that I'm talking to you right now, Russia didn't withdraw from Ukraine. But hold on, you got like what you say is your main demand, it just got met. And you didn't withdraw from Ukraine. So what am I supposed to make of that? What am I supposed to think of that? I mean, it looks to me like maybe that wasn't your main concern. If it was, well,
yeah.
Here's an off-ramp, dog. Here's an off-ramp. And he didn't take it. Now, I bring this up for another reason, too. Zelensky kind of admitted also on February 21st, before the invasion, he said, Ukraine joining NATO is a dream. He said, quote, a dream. And it's probably not going to happen. In so many words, he said that. Now, this is the strongest language he's ever used, but he still used some pretty strong language and clear language on February 21st. Now, after Zelensky had already said that, Putin turns around, gives the speech about, like, hey, we have to do this because of NATO expansion, and then invades. So, the reason why this is so important is because it's not debatable anymore, guys. It's not up in the air. Now, can you say NATO is a part, or was a part, of the calculation on the side of the Russian government to do this? I'm comfortable with that. You could say it's a part of it. But it clearly is not the whole story. It clearly is not the whole story. So, just understand that, like, what's interesting to me is, when it comes to the U.S. government, people understand that, like, the face value claims of the U.S. government need to be challenged and need to be questioned. And so with the war in Iraq, like, oh yeah, we're doing this because of 9/11 and because, I don't know, Saddam was working with Osama bin Laden?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get what he's getting with now at this point, but yeah, it's just that you can't obviously, just, even with, attempts of goodwill, just immediately trust, another fucking the opposing side, especially when they also have definite ulterior motives, especially when they have a lot of fucking hyper ultra nationalist, blood and soil type of fascistic zeal coming from their fucking head of state. I mean, when you got that going on, it's definitely, pretty hard to reason with that. But, there's so much, within his own inner circle that is just, in a way, kind of having to force him to concede, or it's like, you have to fucking, back down to some extent. Like, I mean, there's no way that you're going to be able to make all these fucking things and expect, it all to just happen. Like, it ain't going to work. And having a couple nuclear plants in the Kyrgyzstan isn't exactly, like, a massive achievement, when it comes to this war. So it's like, I mean, they're not exactly, got much leverage. I mean, if really any at all. So it's like, I mean, that's why Ukraine's using their leverage when it comes to, on these peace talks, because they have it, I mean, honestly, at this moment. I mean, like, Russia can't, they don't, at least Putin doesn't want to concede on it, because it'll make him look weak, because he is. And, but if he doesn't, then it at least makes him look strong, but it just ends up really fundamentally making him more weaker, in the process. So it's really just like, either, he's eventually, just sowing seeds of his own discord, or fucking, is eventually, like, going to have to fucking concede and, well, do look like the coward and weak sauce that he actually is. So, either way, it ain't gonna look good. And honestly, the Russian populace are just gonna get more and more fucking rebellious as, time goes on with them. Which, that in itself is a good thing. You sleepy boy. You sleepy little baby boy. Goofy little Zukov. This little goof. See what else going on. But why is this a video by Kyle? P. Davidson's text to Kanye revealed. No one. Why? Who cares? Like, what? What the fuck? Why does anyone care about that, Kyle? Right? Anything else? Feel doctor? Damn. Well, I mean, glad you're holding up. That's not good. Damn. Fuck Discord. Well, yeah, don't, like, yeah, like, especially when it comes to, like, random, like, Discord arguments and shit, it ain't worth it. Definitely never is. In fact, here, hold on. In fact, I'll do this. The fluffs and floofs. I should send you all the floofs. Mostly of my puppo, but all the floofs. You have been sent forth an MLRS grad system of fluff balls. One of them, there's a ridiculous asshole like sploop going on that I can't even explain. It's just like, what is even going on? It's like, how do I even assess, you know, such a fluff? Oh, but little Zukoff so cute. Just a sweet boy. Unfortunately, I guess it was sent on the Discord, but hey, you know, it's at least on a one-on-one type of thing instead of like a community one. So drama is going to be like 0.0%. Why he's just all knocked out, taking a little nap. Oh, so cute. Little fucking goof. Really too much happening on to right now, but yeah, all in all, especially when it comes to like internet arguments and debates and shit, fundamentally I'm just like, yeah, at the end of the day it's definitely not always fucking worth it. Just because, I mean, like, the real world around me has a lot more, you know, like, impact of what I can do and shit in comparison to, you know, something online. So, it's like I definitely, you know, put a lot of my, you know, focus towards that, you know, with a lot of different things. I mean, last Wednesday, last week, there was a uni vote and shit that I was able to go up to and fucking participate in. And honestly, that shit was really kind of fucking cool to, you know, check out, just in general. Outside of, you know, actually going out there and, you know, doing my part. Quite a capitalist, so, like, I was in a conversation with one on Discord, which kept, just like this, feel horrible. Because capitalists like to do that. I mean, I see it a lot on the fucking internet, even if it's not even directed at me, but just, like, if I'm looking at, like, different YouTube comments or Reddit comments of, like, past convos that have already happened, and it's like, oh my fucking god. I mean, it's the whole idea of, like, condensation. It's like, oh, you socialist, but why you do this, or why that, or blah, 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 blah. It's pretty much just a no true Scotsman fallacy, just kind of flopped on, you know, into a gaslight as well. It's like, you're not a real one then, huh? Which is like, no. Because, like, hey, you can have a smartphone and also still be a socialist. Like, shocker. But for some reason, capitalists like to try to fucking, you know, do this whole, like, oh, well, it's like, why you this, but yet you have that. Or yet you do this, or whatever. Fuck, it's just like, oh my god. I mean, at that point, it just roots down to the meme of, like, you critique society, but yet you live in it. It's like, yeah, no shit. shit tastes good. No, soon needs to be lemonade. Definitely don't disagree with that. Weed. Police. Goddamn. I mean, it's just one little block at a time. Honestly, I was just like on like some fuck comment. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. It's actually not even necessarily like totally. Oh my god, there's even more comments. But I love this little exchange. It's like, I love how Deep Fat Fried always complains about societal decay while simultaneously being obese and in terrible health from smoking and drinking. By the way, here's that thing we also kind of talk about like how they make you feel bad. No kids in a society of no kids will be gone within a generation, which is also not even true. Doing almost nothing to improve society while complaining about society. Can you imagine these guys at a charity event are helping out a local kids soccer team? Lamau. A local kids soccer team. So yeah, we gotta like, you know, go out there, you know, make sure Aiden, you know, is fucking getting, you know, the local community support or some shit, bro. It's like, what the fuck? And half-assed in a lazy streaming job, and if anyone points out they should make an effort to improve society, they get some temper tantrum. It's like, oh my god, this shit. And I'm just kind of gonna I'm just gonna kind of keep reading his comments specifically. But it's like, where's the one that really stuck out? Here we are. Oh my god, yep, this is it. The birth rate for a non-declining population in society is 2.1. Unless you live in a third world, the population will very soon decline rapidly. It's like, oh, wait a minute, so now, like, you know, wait, so I thought, initially, it's like, you know, kids would be gone within a generation or some shit. But, you know, like, with a society of no kids. Yeah, this person's saying, like, hey, yo, certain societies, you know, may have no kids. And will be gone within a generation. It's just like, huh? But if there's other places that have drastically different birth rates and shit, then, that, you know, it's like, then no, the society wouldn't be gone in a generation. Makes no sense. Actually undermines their initial fucking point. It's like, and I do donate with my own money, not raised from followers. Which is like, what the fuck do you think like a charity stream is, dipshit? It's where people donate, you know, to a cause where the person doing the charity stream is not even getting the fucking cut. Like, that's the point of them, ya fuck. Ya mook. And every month I'll not constantly complaining about the work hard and helping out people must spare time for teaching. I do not even see myself as a charitable person, so I do rarely complain about society. In fact, I'm very happy with the status quo here in Norway. It's like, one of these status quo centrists and like enlightened centrist type here. All I'm saying is that if you're almost dedicate a channel to complain about society, I would expect you to try to make a little bit more of a difference too. It's like, oh my fucking god. It's like, Jesus, the condensation. But also, Paul from Ideology just simply responds, sir, I'm a child. Oh my god, it's just like fucking ridiculous. I mean, it's just like, good lord, what a little mook. We need to stop supporting caps. Yeah, they want to force it to take it. When the price center is everything else, but liberal as fuck. Yeah. Well, because the whole point of it is to commodify the fuck out of, you know, social justice and social rights advocacy, civil rights, you know, workers' rights, all these different fucking things. You know, to make it some more like commodified type of like event or type of holiday or, you know, a month out of it. It's just like, I mean, it's like when I look at, like, you know, Gay Pride Month or Black History Month or, you know, or Women's Month or whatever the fuck, like, all these different little months, right? Like, it's like I don't really see, like, the problem with them inherently, but, like, Shouldn't that just be like a across the board thing? Like, hey, isn't it important to just be teaching that no matter what time of the year it is? Like, I mean, it's like, I mean, I guess it's not a bad thing to like highlight that. I guess, you know, a certain point, you know, of the year to be like to kind of emphasize, but like. Somebody could just teach and like emphasize all year round. I mean, it's like that doesn't necessarily have to be like just a monthly occurrence and then just like, okay, but it's like I don't know. It just seems kind of a little bit of a cop out to not necessarily like focus on it, you know, except for just one time of the year, you know, which is just for like a month, you know, instead of, you know, just maybe like, you know, actually exploring that just, you know, constantly, or at least to some extent. Because there's like a lot, you know, when it comes to, you know, American history, when it comes to like, you know, black LGBT perspective, workers' perspective, you know, and so on and so forth. Like there's, you know, a lot of rich perspective to come out of that. Like just dead ass. I mean, so it's just like, I mean, to just like only really focus on just one time in a month and then just like, and then just kind of not, you know, just kind of be like whatever about it for the rest of the year. It's just like, I mean, it's like kind of in a way undermines it a little bit because there's so much that you could be exploring that it's like, I mean, you can't really just pack it all in one month. You know, so it's like, I mean, I get, you know, the idea of maybe emphasizing it, you know, at like one point a year, but again, it just kind of feels like a little bit of a cop-out for a lot of people. It's like, yeah, you know, I'm for it, because I, you know, do like my little virtues thing, you know, one time in a month, you know, or like that 1 month of the year. It's just like, ugh. It's like, yeah, good for you, bud. Recuperate minority group, then the market minority. And then marking the minority group, yeah. Like, the whole Gay Pride Month, like, one thing that I also found kind of a little distasteful is that Skittles, like, for their regular flavor, you know, which is just obviously going to be rainbow, you know, just the rainbow colors, they decided for, you know, the production of Skittles for that 1 month, they're all going to be gray. Like, different shades of gray. And it's just like, it's because it will make the LGBT rainbow stand out more. And it's just like... It's like, what a way to basically just, like, have a total, like, you know, cop-out to be like, hey, we're for the LGBT, but yet we're part of a mass conglomerate corporation that literally couldn't give a fuck and just trying to get your fucking money, and if anything, probably supports, like, you know, governments and countries, you know, that we're getting, you know, our production from, you know, that actually oppress the LGBT, so, you know, it's just like, yeah, I agree, Zukov. Just a little moan. Oh. Silly boy. Yeah, but I mean, unfortunately, it's definitely just gonna be something you see often. But at least when it I mean, it's not like, I mean, you can find people that are genuine with that type of stuff that do, in a sense, have like their own like, quote unquote, like mom and pop variation of commodifying it. But and that way, I think it's fine because usually those people that are making those things, like, because at least as you know, if I can help it, if like I'm getting some that's, yeah, just in general, really, when it comes to, you know, just things I'm getting, I usually try to find, you know, like, different little, like, you know, like, the equivalent of, like, the local artists and shit, you know, like, on, like, things like Etsy and shit like that, you know, when it comes to, you know, trying to get things. You know, because honestly, you know, it's better to, you know, in my mind, to support, you know, some of these more, like, smaller, quote-unquote, like, mom-and-pop type businesses and shit. Because, I mean, you know, like, at least, you know, there, it's like you're actually supporting people, you know, that are actually putting some fucking work, you know, and some labor into what they're making. Because, I mean, I've seen some pretty cool shit, you know, on Etsy that people will just, like, make straight up on their own, like, because they got, like, some steel smithing things, so they make like cool little like things out of, you know, some steel and shit, whether it's like, you know, some signs or some rings or whatever the fuck, you know, it's just like random shit. And it's like, there's like, I actually got ordered something from this dude who was a carpenter that like builds like little like squirrel feeders and shit like that. You know, so I'm probably going to order a couple more out of him here pretty soon, you know, just to kind of help, you know, in the long term expand my own little like squirrel sanctuary that I want in my front yard. So, you know, it's just like different little things like that. I mean, if anything, I think that's like more so of a legit positive, because you're, you know, it's kind of like a back and forth, you know, kind of with more of the commons versus, you know, this mass corporate conglomeration of shit that's just only there, just, you know, strictly for the fucking buck. Because at least when it comes to mom and pop, it's at least understandable why they're trying to at least, you know, have a little bit of, you know, some cheddar and shit, because, you know, they gotta make sure they got their own shit taken care of too. You know, at least, you know, when it comes to at least a mom and pop scenario. Mass Mutual's company hosted and the president of the center, board member of the prize center. He lives in a very liberal area of Lamau. Not too shocked. I mean, honestly, I really ain't. I mean, same thing for a lot of these different non-profit organizations and shit like that, unfortunately. I mean, that's why I try to, you know, vet, you know, like a lot of these different orgs and shit for the ones that I support. Because it's not like they don't exist. You know, at least around Portland, there's a lot of them, and I would say a good chunk of them are actually pretty legit, but, you know, you still gotta vet them, though. You know, like, I mean, it's just like, because it might be the fact that they might just not be able to really do shit, you know, because of just lack of support or funding, or, you know, maybe the people that operate it while being legit are kind of scummy in a way, you know. It's just like, I mean, there's different things you know, definitely want to vet. But it's like, for ones that are actually pretty legit, then it's like, alright, I can get down with that. Like, one, especially when it comes to suicide prevention, too, as well, that's a pretty big one, is the American Society for Suicide Prevention, because that one's, like, I think just in general, as, like, a charity, is a really great one, when it comes to, like, mutual aid, when it comes to support of suicide prevention. It's not necessarily just for people struggling with it, but also people that know people that are struggling with it, for people who have had past experiences, you know, but might not be struggling with it now, you know, or maybe are currently too. You know, there's like a lot of different resources, not just for that type of shit, but they also have, you know, specialized little spots where, you know, you can look into if you happen to be like trans or, you know, gay, you know, black, Latino, so on and so forth. You know, so like the American Society of Suicide Prevention is honestly a really, really cool organization, which TJ the Amazing Atheist actually did like a almost 12-hour like karaoke live stream charity stream for them, which almost got to his goal. No overlap at all. It's like, that's totally not good whatsoever. Yeah. I mean, it definitely ain't. I definitely think, you know, one ability to try to get, you know, a possible bridge on that is, you know, is for the biggest intersectional commonality that a lot of people have, which is for labor and shit. Because, I mean, even at my own workplace, I definitely have, you know, coworkers and people I know, you know, whether they're somewhat well off or not, you know, that are either somewhat liberal or conservative to certain degrees and shit. But, I mean, nonetheless, there's legitimate, like, ability to have conversation and actually have, like, a talk, you know, instead of, like, this, you know, oh, well, we disagree, so bit, you know, type of shit. You know, because we have this commonality of, like, hey, you know, we gotta make our paycheck because we got this, that, and the other thing, you know, that we need because of our fucking, you know, bills and shit, living paycheck to paycheck like we do. So it's like there's this overlap and commonality that we all have. I mean, the solidarity of being, you know, like, brothers and sisters in labor and shit, having to deal with the same bullshit. I mean, maybe not necessarily the same type of bullshit, but, you know, like, a lot of it that overlaps. Where to the root of it, it's the same bullshit. wages, hours, and conditions. Usually what it's always about. I mean, because honestly, it's just like, I know it's definitely possible for people who are a little bit more, like, on a liberal side of things to definitely swing a little bit more left. Because honestly, my friend Rip City, he's, like, I think a pretty good example of that. Because when I first knew him and shit, once we especially kind of started getting more political about things and started delving into it, and once we were kind of going back and forth a little bit, he was, at least initially, like 5-6 years ago, he was a little bit more of like a sock dem type of liberal type. Probably a little bit more of a, quote, radical lib, in a sense that he was, you know, progressive and at least, you know, had some, like, socialist light, you know, type of ideas. But especially as the years went on, as time went on, that slowly shifted to, like, democratic socialists, you know, and socialist about, like, kind of around those, kind of somewhere in that little element. While I'm, like, kind of, like, over here now, I'm just, like, more left. I keep shifting further left, but, you know, now he's at where I was about when he was sock dem, so, I mean, at this point, he was probably where I was when I was first getting into politics and shit, and now I'm just like, well, I'm in the forest. I've left the quadrant and explored the forests that, you know, that are over yonder beyond the walls of the quadrants of the political spectrum. I mean, it is the green quadrant after all. There's going to be a lot of trees, you know, so. Until you hit the ball until the smoke turns sickly yellow. Oh, you dare me? I mean, I already kind of... I mean, honestly, sometime today I'm definitely going to be cleaning this bitch, but I feel like I might as well get one more sesh out of it before I do. And honestly, it's just like, it already kind of is just by proxy. Like, I will admit, like, these rips are getting a little bit harsher and harsher with every hit. So, it's like, I think I'm already been doing that. But I do have some 99% alcohol, so this bitch will get clean. I once hit a bong whose water has been changed in 6 months and was blacker than night. I can never let it. Like, honestly, I'm at the max limit about where I've let this go. Which is honestly about, like, 4 days. I usually, like, at least change it, like, every other day, because honestly, it doesn't get too bad. It usually kind of gets a little, you know, the worst, so to speak, as when I do these. You know, that's mainly when it starts to get, you know, dirtied out. But taking like a hit or two, like, you know, during lunch, you know, on my work break and shit, I mean, that really isn't going to do much to it. Let's push out to I mean, social change night. I push far left. Yeah. I mean, honestly, a lot of about the Just Stems that kind of turned me away from them was the fucking, like, exclusive Jank and fucking Kyle just because of, like, some past bullshit. Well, mostly because of Jank, but Kyle left because he disagreed with it, but he was pretty much, like, the only dude that did. So, it's just like, well, that's shitty. I mean, it's like, as long, like, at that point, I was just like, as long as the politicians actually, you know, are worth the fuck, but, aside from maybe, like, Talib, maybe, Omar, kind, you know, a little bit. I mean, like, it's more like, kinda, But it's like, because honestly, if there was more like them in there that actually were able, like, then I feel like, you know, as a collective would be able to do something. But in so few numbers, it's like, which okay, all right. Then my pipe's at least once a month for a resident. Never know when you. Well, just for a regular pipe, yeah, it's whatever. I actually have a new pipe that I got because of the fucking dispensary I go to. Like, at one point they had like this, like, if you get a half O, then you get like a mystery pipe. But I actually had two. So I gave one to my friend, and I have the other one, but I kind of need to christen it a little bit. I need to get it christened, but I think I'll do that when I re-up tomorrow. Because down to that fat fucking Christmas tree, which is about halfway gone now at this point, but it'll last me at least tonight. Then tomorrow, I'm gonna be out until I get my money. Which hopefully is a pretty decent check, because I want to start putting money aside for that goddamn fucking Vishka, because I am so fucking set on getting that thing. I dead-ass am. In fact, I think tomorrow I might go up there just to see if they might have some 7.62 by 39 ammo, and maybe get a couple boxes of that. Just some, you know, have some. And, you know, and just, like, ask them about the process. Like, alright, so I'm starting to save up, you know, for that Vishka over there, and I kind of want to know the process about, you know, purchasing it, and, you know, and with a sportsman credit card and with the rewards thing, you know, what could, you know, be applied with that, and does, like, and then kind of make sure there's some confirmation about, like, you know, what their whole, like, payment plan is with their sportsman's credit card thing, once I get that. So, you know, once I kind of get all that squared out and shit, tomorrow, I'll definitely have a very strong idea about, how, you know, where to go from there. At least financially when it comes to that bad boy. Because, oh my god, I want that fucking thing. And finding an East German folding stock with, like, all the parts for it, too, to put it in there, it's like, oh. It's like, oh my sweet baby rays. Yes, please. In fact, hold on. I'll just show it. I'll show this bad boy. Because it is fucking sick. Where is it? Oh, I have to go all up. Oh, fuck, hold on. Okay. Wait. Oh. Oh. Wait, this ain't the right. Wait, where is it? There it is, okay. Apex, yeah. Here we go. Boom. Boom. But yeah, they have all sort, like, it's like the holy grail for, like, AK parts, I've noticed. Because they have different, like, pieces, but they have, like, you know, some Hungarian stuff there. This looks like a newer gen Romanian butt stock there. The recoil will do something. I can kind of see the recoil with reducing mech right there. There's like a little spring, like right there, right in the center. So that kind of help. It's probably like a hella strong spring, so it kind of lightens the recoil load. That's a pretty cool buttstock. Ooh, an upper. See, I want to get an upper like this. So wooden upper and then a rail lower for the forend, for the handguard. Ooh. But man, dude, this fucking type of gray laminated wood right here. Oh god, that looks nice. I mean, I don't know, you know, it's just then you got this pink. But yeah, but anyway, I'm just kind of showing some of this stuff. Let's go to that stock that I'm talking about. Oh, there it is, right there. There's two of them too. This one doesn't have the hardware for it, but this one does. And it's like, oh. Oh, that Romanian style fucking coat hanger stock, dude. Oh yeah, that'd be nice on it. And I was thinking if that fits, that would be pretty fucking cool. Like, cause then it would kind of reduce the need for like a rail system, because it would have the stamped steel front rail, but then it has the plastic handguard right on the front of it. So it'd be a Hungarian one. So if I end up doing something like, getting some of these different parts, like honestly thinking about it, it'd be an absolute mutant of a Vishka. An American-made, AK platform with a Hungarian lower, like some Bulgarian upper wooden receiver, East German folded stock, like a Russian wooden pistol grip or something like that. It's just like, it would be a fucking mutant. It'd be like a Gremlin AK, dude. I probably wouldn't nickname it the Gremlin. The Gremlin Vishka, dude. Dude, that's the nickname. That'd be the nickname once it's totally completed. Or like some Frankensteinian type of AK. The Frankenstein. Oh, that's another good name for it, too. Fuck. I'm already thinking some names for that bad boy. It's not my hands yet. It's not my hands yet. Don't get too far ahead. Don't get too far ahead. You at least have to get the fucking thing first. You little Stretch, what are you doing? You stretchy boy. Aw, you cutie. Oh, you little ball. More of a simple life, political history, registered Republican, evangelical, back for 2 years, then just them for a year, then for life for the rest. That's definitely a quite a twist. I mean, honestly, for me, it was probably just some, like, I guess, like, technically my first, like, political activism was probably back in, like, when I was just a little kid, and we happened to be at the beach, but there was, like, this little rally, like, of, like, 30 people, maybe, at most, protesting, like, the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare, or whatever the fuck. And me being a kid heard there was donuts, so I didn't give a fuck. I just wanted donuts. Like, that's why I was there. So I literally, like, didn't give a fuck. I went for the donuts. So, but, you know, because I was jocked up on donut sugar from all the donuts, you know, I was just kind of having fun and just being there, I guess. But, yeah, I think I was the only kid, too, funny enough. And strangely, like, from what I remember, like, dead ass, some of those people looked like hippies. Like, hippie types. Like, you know, retired, like, hippie type of looking, like, you know, beach bum looking people. Not all of them, but a few of them were. Like, I do actually remember that. Like, I remember one dude had, like, some John Lennon, like, fucking glasses on, and actually had his hair, like long, and looked like his hair a little bit. It didn't look like him, but his hair and his glasses kind of looked like him a little bit. And at least in hindsight, I'm thinking about it. At the time, I wasn't, but in hindsight, I am now. It's just like, It was just definitely a really odd little event, but I don't remember much of it aside from just that, really. I mean, it was in Lincoln City. I do remember that. But outside of all that, I mean, I deadass don't remember shit of it. It was around, like, either 2010, 11, or 12. It was around those years, so around when I was in middle school. So sometime during the summer of my middle school years, probably. But, yeah. Definitely an interesting little small thing. I remember some people driving by either, like, doing this or just honking and being like, this. There wasn't really much else. Like, that's another tiny little thing I remembered. But, I mean, yeah, like, that's all I really remember about it, though. But I know it was definitely protesting a Burma. A Burma. That goddamn Burma. of this house, danger, the radical left is like adult. Honestly, at least do just a general summary. In a weird way. This guy was pretty much me. I mean, it wasn't until 21 when I actually got laid and shit, so it's just like, yeah. Sounds pretty much like me. Like, once I was a young adult, I, you know, obviously ventured more radical left and shit, and also from there, just started kind of, you know, being more comfortable with myself, and one thing led to another eventually, and boom. You know, so it's just like, I mean, and even then, like, my incel arc wasn't even really like a, quote, incel arc, so to speak. It was just more like, damn, I'm too busy with work, too busy with this, like, can't actually, you know, really have time to fucking, like, hang out with people. All my friends are, you know, having experiences. Fuck. It's just like, it was more like that, more so than anything. But that, honestly, that really lasted more like a year or two, and then I eventually just kind of stopped giving a fuck. But that was kind of, I think, the key of it, though, was just not giving a fuck. So, and now at this point, I don't give a fuck. So, whatever. I mean, it's just, like, that's how I view it now at this point. Like, I think it would pretty much be impossible for me to be on, like, some, quote, incel arc again. Or anywhere close to that. Like, I just, like, I mean, at this point, you know, I know it, I had experience, you know, it'll be there when it comes down around the road again, you know, it's just like, when I make that corner, you know, so it's whatever, you know, it's no sweat on my back. Glenn Stone's one thing, when I was one, I would have gone down that rabbit hole, and I'm sure, if it had existed then. Oh, I'm sure it did, but it was a lot more, like, just a lot more of a smaller, excluded thing. Like, it was probably more on just, like, small little group chats that, you know, some friends online, you know, got together and kind of figured out that, like, oh yeah, we all kind of, you know, have this common thing that we all can't really get laid and blah, 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 and all this other shit. So, at least back then, I'm sure it did to some extent. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking, like, I'm trying to think if I could have at the time, but I mean, I guess there was, like, a slight little period where, like, the time where I didn't get laid for the first time, and when kind of the rise of that, like, there was kind of a little bit of an overlap period, but I mean, honestly, it was just such a turnoff. It was just like, I think that was just it, because, you know, fundamentally, a lot of it was just, I saw, and I really think it really is just the case, a lot of it's just kind of a bunch of whiny bitches that just, you know, think that they're going to have, like, this very, honestly, kind of fanciful idea about what, you know, their trad wife is going to be like, even though that it really doesn't exist outside of, like, entertainment. in like, in fucking, like, media. So it's just like, I mean, it really just kind of comes down to the root of just, like, you gotta stop giving a fuck. But for a lot of them, they can't not give a fuck. So it's like, fuck you do. I mean, at least for a good chunk of them, I definitely do feel bad for them, but, I mean, for a lot of them that really just want to, like, push this, like, thing where they have to, like, you know, seek some sort of, like, you know, lash out towards society because somehow it's at fault for their issues. It's just like, I mean, they're the ones that really don't have much sympathy for them. It's just like, yeah, okay. Sure, buddy. It's me and the rest of society's fault that you can't get laid, I guess. Wilson Cap. It's cowboy milk. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's out there, I guess. I mean, it does exist. I mean, go to a furry con or like an anime con, then you'll more than likely find it. So, yeah, I just do that. Because any of those two places are most certainly to have them. Is YouTube listening to me? McTow's and incels. This is their DFF episode from 3 years ago. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm also open to Husky Milk. Well, that could be taken out of context. Should have thought about that comment a little bit. That comment in a vacuum doesn't sound very wrong at all. So they're like, I know it too. Well, I mean, have you had like sexual experiences in the past? I mean, honestly, I don't fucking know, to be frank, but because I think that's at least, you know, kind of one variable. Because I know there are some that have before, and it's like, well, I mean, what the? At that point, it kind of makes, at least for me, a little confusing. Because like, I mean, it's like, so, because like if we didn't have issues before, then what is it now? So, you know, I guess that'd be, you know, the question with that. But again, I'm not too sure. I mean, honestly, again, like there's really more so like a segment of, you know, of it where it's like the quote unquote like incel community that are all like on the 4chan forums and all that type of shit. You know, where it's just like, you know, where it's like this whole, you know, premise of trying to have like a more trad con type of like, you know, wife element, or, you know, fucking trying to have like this weird idea about, you know, what a wife ought to be and shit, but just won't have it type of situation, like that type of shit. Which is a pretty very specific, you know, segment of the population, you know, when it comes to that type of stuff. But, yeah, well, I mean, at that point, it's not really necessarily just, you know, really, like, you know, being an incel at that point. It's just really just, like, I mean, obviously, COVID didn't really helping at all with this type of shit, but, you know, it's just about, you know, getting out a little more, really. I mean, it sounds like the vaguest fucking little, like, thing ever, but, you know, just going to, you know, like, you know, pub, you know, or some shit, or, like, to, like, a pool hall that has, you know, some billiards or something like that. You know, just, you know, just even if it's, like, something as simple as that, you know, because I've had different, you know, random interactions or conversations and shit with people that would never expect to have, just, you know, just playing around or two with a pool. I mean, so, at least that's, you know, what I'd, like, you know, do when it comes to, like, small, like, social interaction type of shit. I guess cars a little bit of, you know, money, though, for at least a drink or two. But, nonetheless. I mean, it's a very simple thing, and it's, you know, it's just like, I mean, honestly, especially with the whole aspect of the quote-unquote, like, liquid courage, in a way, it's just like, I mean, it does kind of loosen up, you know, sociability with other people. So, you know, it makes it, you know, a way where it's a little bit more easier to be conversational with others. Because honestly, I'm a little bit more, like, you know, in real life, out in public, a little bit more of a social, anxious type of fuck. I'm more quiet, you know, but at a pub sometimes, after I have a drink or two, you know, I'm just playing some pool with my friends, and someone comes up and be like, hey, you want to play some pool? I'll be like, oh, yeah, sure, bro, yeah. Yeah, and just like, suddenly I'd be chatting with them for like 40 minutes and just like, fuck my friends. You know, I'm chatting with this guy now. You know, so it's like, sometimes, you know, that'll just happen, you know, after like a drink or two. So it's just like, I mean, you know, like, it's just about like just trying to get out, and who knows what will happen. And honestly, it's like it doesn't happen every time. Sometimes I go to a bar and it's just quiet as fuck, and there's like barely anyone there, and it's just just me kind of chilling at the pools, pool tables, and there's like one other group on like the far side of the other end of the pool tables just kind of playing on their own, and that's pretty much about it. I mean, there's always gonna be hit and misses, so but. I mean, I guess it comes down to, like, like I was saying earlier, it's just, like, kind of not giving a fuck, just kind of going out there and just seeing what happens. But it's so hard to get them out. Yeah, I know. I've got experience of that. Yeah. Especially when it comes to, bisexuals, too, in a way. So, like, because, me and my other friend being bi and shit, like, and having, some experiences too, and, it's like he's, like, sometimes it gets to be a little bit of a cool, hard to get situation, especially when he's, got other, interests going on too, and it's like, motherfucker. Gets a little, like, ridiculous sometimes, but it's whatever. But, I mean, especially, like, when it comes to, like, the sexual aspect of it, I mean, it's definitely, still, possible even in that realm, too, just, when it comes to, like, going out to a pub. But, I mean, just kind of, it's just kind of like, you have to kind of go by the wind of the sails, some nights and shit, and just kind of see where it leads. Just be like, alright, I think I'll hit this pub for like a couple hours, see what happens, and, have a drink or two. Maybe I'll go to this pub, a couple blocks down and see what happens, or, have a drink or two or something, and just see what happens for the night. Because maybe it might just be kind of a more chill night where you're just kind of chilling on your own, but, hey, maybe somebody will just be like, hey, what's up? And suddenly that will turn into like an hour plus conversation. So, you never know. Just kind of have to see where the adventure book leads you, so to speak. I'm a male slut, pretty much. I'll sleep with anyone who makes me laugh. Well, that's a very easy criteria. It must be a very easy criteria to meet. Oh my god, this fucking lazy bones. Look at this. Look at this chungus. Where does head go? Hold on. Where's his head? Oops. His head disappeared. Oh my god, this is what a lazy bones of a floof. Just a sweet little baby. Oh, there it is. There's his little head. Aww. So sweet little boy. What a little goof. What a little goofball. Huh? Are you having trouble finding a comfortable position there, buddy? You sweet little thing? Trying to find a comfortable position? You lazy bones? Lazy bones. Hashtag gives Zuko a treat to wake him up to. Nah, I'd let him have his nap. I'll give him one when he wakes up. He's having a little nap. He's just having a sweet little nap. Oh my god, he's just knocked the fuck out. You sweet bye-bye. Removing California's handgun and rifle purchase restrictions? Huh? What's this about?
Port up.
Sound like Pornhub. Just out of context. New England versus Bonta case. Challenge California's handgun and rifle purchase restrictions? I'm actually interested in this.
California's restrictions on purchasing more than one handgun or rifle in a single month. So let's talk about this. But real quick before we jump into the video, if you think the state of California needs to stop violating our rights to keep and bear arms, go ahead.
Wait, so, okay, so the whole idea is that you can't buy, like, more than one gun a month? I mean, that's kind of dumb. I mean, honestly, straight up, that is kind of dumb. Like, I mean, why, I mean, if you got enough money to splash to get, like, 2 guns that you want to get, and you get a background check, and all said and done, then, alright, hey, you get your 2 guns. You get, like, let's say, you know, someone wants to get, like, a little sidearm, and then, like, you know, for home defense, and, you know, like a pistol, and then they want to have, like, a shotgun for hunting, you know, and they have enough money to buy both at once. Like, why not? You know, it's like, yeah, I'm looking to get a home defense pistol and also have a shotgun for hunting, you know, because I want to go pheasant hunting, you know, or whatever the fuck. It's just like honestly, like, I've been in sportsmen enough times where I've seen people basically do shit like that, basically. Maybe not to that exact type of scenario, but yeah, they'll get, like, 2, and they're getting them for those 2 guns for very different reasons. So it's just like, I mean, that's definitely kind of dumb. So I guess this whole case is, you know, challenging that, and I guess could be actually, or maybe is removing the restrictions on that. So if someone wants to, they can.
The main supporters of this channel, which is Blackout Coffee. Blackout Coffee has amazing coffee. They are huge Second Amendment supporters. If you're interested, you can use the link down in the details section.
Wait, there's another one? There's Black Rifle. There's also Black Rock. Oh my god.
Armed Scholar. You can get 10% off of your order. So like I said in the intro, in this video we'll be...
I'm starting to notice that, like, any coffee brand that's, like, more conservative has at least black in the name. Black Rifle, Black Rock Coffee, like, oh my god. They must like that. I wonder if there's something to that? I don't know.
California's handgun and rifle purchase restrictions. The case we'll be talking about in this video is Nguyen v. Bonta. This case challenges the new California law, which prevents California residents from being able to purchase more than one handgun and or semi-automatic centerfire rifle within any 30-day period. Last July in California, a new law went into effect, which made it a misdemeanor if someone decides that they want to purchase a handgun legally through an FFL, and then also decides that they want to purchase maybe a semi-automatic centerfire rifle or even another handgun in that same 30-day period. So first, let's set the framework.
A misdemeanor? Okay, even if a law like that is in place, why not just simply deny it? Be like, no, you know, we, you know, legally can't until this criteria is up. You know, until this, you know, intermittent, you know, period is up. Like, hey, like, you come in like 15 days later wanting to get another one. It's like, hey, we can't sell you one until another 15 days. Like, it won't process. Like, even if you try, it's not going to process it. You know, like, I'm sure something can easily be, you know, made where there could be a system in place or, you know, for something like that. But, no, let's penalize people and just give them misdemeanor instead. Gotta fuck up the record, you know, down the line a little bit. I mean, it's like, I mean, that's just dumb. Man, California really does have some dumb gun laws. Jesus. like I knew they had some that were pretty ridiculous, but God, I mean, I didn't realize like how much of a meme it actually really was.
Case, and then let's talk about this law.
Like, I'm definitely for gun regulation, but like, oh my God, like, I mean, maybe have some people that know a thing or two about them, you know, to help maybe legislate these fucking things. You know, like, because Jesus Christ. Evidently, the people that don't know.
provides that all firearms transactions, sales, loans, and transfers must go through an FFL. So unlike many states, even private party transfers in the state of California must be performed through an FFL. California also expanded this to...
Which I'm okay with that. Oregon has the same thing.
Where all ammunition transactions must also go through an FFL, and there also a background check must be run on the ammunition.
On ammo, that's a little dumb. I can literally just go buy ammo, just whenever I want. I mean, obviously I'm limited to how much I can buy, but, like, if I wanted to go down to the store, grab, like, some 7.62 and some 12-gauge boxes, I can just do that and I'll be okay. It'd be like going to the grocery store, so it's like, whatever. Only it's the gun grocery store.
Ammunition online requires that the person send that ammunition to an FFL, where they will have to pay a transfer fee likely to that store for that transfer.
Oh my god. Holy shit, California, what the fuck? Yo.
Then a background check is run on that individual who is going to purchase the ammunition, and likely you are also going to have to pay a fee for that background check. This ammunition scheme is currently being challenged in a different case called Rodi v. Bonta, which I've discussed heavily on this channel. If you're interested, you can find videos on that case on my channel if you just kind of do a quick search.
Okay, I hope that the challenge is actually successful. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. I really do think that is really stupid. Like, guns, yeah, I'm okay with FFL, lights, all back, yeah, I think that should be the norm. But, like, with ammo, though, like, it's just like, I mean, just limit how many you can get a day, like, at the store. It's, like what Sportsman says, like, you can't get more than 5 boxes no matter what you get. So if you get, like, 3 boxes of 9mm and 2 boxes of, like, 5.56, well, that's what you get. That's what you're getting for the day. So it's just like, I mean, just do that. Like, just make it like a law. It's like you can't buy, like, it's up to store discretion how much they limit, by law, store discretion on, they have to limit how much ammo a customer can buy. Make it like that, it's like, and then the stores, by discretion, which I guess the loophole is, I guess the store could be like, we can limit a customer to buy 1,000 boxes a day if they want. It's like, I mean, I guess they should, the law also within reason be like, hey, you can't have a loophole where it's like, it's like maximum, it's like this amount or some shit. I don't know. Like, something can be worked out. Like, I'll be okay with that. Like, you're limited how much ammo you can get a day, or at least like how many boxes of ammo. Like, I'm alright with that. I mean, because like, because that's more really about like making sure other people can, get some too. That's really more what it's about. Because it's not about like, this guy's stocking up on like 1 trillion rounds. It's more about like, other people want some too. So it's just like, I mean, come back the next day or go to another store. I mean, it's just like, that's what you do with weed. Like, I mean, now they changed it where the maximum for recreational users is 2 ounces a day. But when it was 1 ounce, some people, they just got the money to splash. They'll get an ounce at one dispensary, but go to a totally different one that's like a block or 2 down the road or some shit, because they're like that common around here at this point. And to get an ounce over there. It's like you could do the same shit with this. So I mean, it's like even then there could be loopholes to it, and technically you can get more than 5 boxes a day, But it's like, I mean, it's like with that I'm alright with, but this FFL shit with ammo, like what the fuck? That's just unneeded bureaucracy. That's just what that is. Like, that's just where the bureaucracy just gets legitimately in the fucking way. Like, dead ass. Like, when it comes to the whole quote-unquote, like, government bureaucracy, this is actually a legitimate case of that. Like, dead fucking ass. Like, with firearm transfers and firearm sales, like, I agree with that. Like, that should most certainly be, a thing, but that's, with ammo, that's just so dumb. Honestly, that's just ridiculous. Like, there's other ways where you can regulate that, where it's not, where you don't have to have like this licensed shit. That's just so dumb. It makes ammo just even more ridiculously costly than it has to be for people. Fuck every wrestler. I live in New York. We have police have power on guns and that I don't have a huge pull to New York City, Staten Island Gophers. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, New York City especially has similar laws. I mean, honestly, you know, like, I know a lot of people are, you know, mainly conservatives will be like, oh, Oregon, you know, kind of bitch about it. And I do too, especially Portland mainly. But, mainly because they just don't do shit, like libs like to do. But mainly it's just like, honestly, at least when it comes to, like, gun rights, at least when it comes to the Oregon state, like, it's actually not really bad. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's, like, the best in the country. There's other states that I think are legitimately, you know, better about it. But I think Massachusetts, I think, is actually a pretty good one when it comes to that. I think Maine is another one as well, Vermont. Like, just a few states actually are a little better about it. But, I mean, Oregon overall is actually pretty, you know, I would say in the middle about it. They're not like Texas, like, yeah, who gives a fuck, you know, but they actually do have some regulation on some stuff, you know, where you have to kind of go some, you know, go for the background check, you know, all that type of stuff. And then, if you want to get, like an automatic weapon, you have to go through a course, and at the test, only one person can pass it, so to speak. So, it's basically, you know, one person out of 200 people could potentially get it in a course, and there's a fee to it, and, I mean, if you don't get it, you don't get it, but, I mean, you can try again. But it's just like, you know, it's pretty much like a 1-200 chance that you could possibly maybe get it. And, you know, once you do, you still have to go through, you know, a couple other checks and shit. And even then, if there's a fucking red flag there, then you don't get it. So there's some extra hoops, which honestly, again, I'm not even necessarily against. But I feel like it should probably be more like a top 10 thing. Like, hey, like top 10 people in the course, you know, can advance on to potentially get it if they wish. But, I mean, you know, it's because it's, you know, out of 200 people, only 10 people, that's still, like, a very small amount. So, I don't know. It's like, at least Oregon's a little better about it in comparison to a lot of states, but there's definitely a lot of other states that are better about it than us, so. But, I don't know. I mean, at least when it comes to just the general, you know, like, hey, we want a gun? You know, it's like, they kind of have that part down. It's like, the background checks and having it licensed, you know, to the owner that, you know, to who it is and all that shit. Which I think should be just the fucking federal norm. It's like, if you have a gun, it should be licensed to you. Like, if you own it, you bought it, it should be under your fucking name. Like, the serial numbers of that gun should be under your damn name. And if you sell it, then it has to go through the same fucking process like you did, you know, getting it at the gun store. Or however you got it then, too. I mean, it's just, honestly, like, some basic type of common sense type of shit. At least for me. You know, and a lot of other fucking countries even kind of have that idea in mind, too. Because, like, there's a lot of countries, like Finland especially, that actually do have some decent amount of gun ownership, but they also have, like, these other things where there's, like, an encouragement of gun responsibility and gun ownership and respectability to it, where they have, like, these marksman clubs and, like, marksman competitions. And a lot of that, you know, has very strict rules and shit. And it's like, you know, when it comes to that, it's, you know, that honestly makes sense because it's a way for people that do own firearms to kind of consistently, you know, maintain responsibility and maintain discipline on, you know, their firearm ownership. And also, at the same time, not really be a bad shot either. You know, hone their shooting skills too. So, it's like, honestly, like, there should be, you know, more European-style, like, marksman clubs, in America, honestly. Where there's, like, you know, some more strict rules about, you know, like, the firearm discipline, firearm ownership, and then, you know, having these competitions and shit. There's already a lot of competitions around here in the U.S., but, I mean, I kind of like a lot of different, like, Euro-style ones, you know, when I was hearing about Forgotten Weapons talk about it. Have class and on guns, like, Terran class. On it, just like OSHA. Yeah. Like, you know, just like an all-day class or like a 1-week type of course. You know, just about the basics of gun ownership and all that. I also think, you know, when getting the firearm that you're wanting to own, you should at least go through, you know, a course on, you know, the ownership of the firearm that you're owning. which includes disassembling it, reassembling it, maintaining it, how to operate it, knowing where things are on the firearm, like where the safety is, where the bolt is, and how to all these different things. Because some guns are definitely more complicated than others. Like the one I'm thinking on getting is an AK platform, so it's like simplicity and at best, essentially. So honestly, when it comes to learning how to operate it, like it ain't hard at all. Like honestly, like the disassembly process to an AK is pretty easy. At least for the bolt assembly, it's like easier than shit. Like I'm not even kidding. It's just dust cover off, take the spring out, bolt out, boom. Like you're pretty much disassembled it there. That's it. Like, it's very easy. And for good reason. Also, kind of a little side thing, I'm thinking about getting a membership for the SRA, the Socialist Rifle Association. Because I was thinking about buying one of the Velcro patches anyway. Because they actually have some pretty cool, badass Velcro patches. They still have their website up on. I don't. Damn. I'll have to check it out later. But they also have like some targets too. They got some like Klansman style like targets they can use to shoot with, and I'm like, okay, I'm definitely gonna buy some of those at some point. Well, Zukov, you little sleepy boy. A little stretch. Hey, bud. Come over here. Alright, happy, Venom? You woke up and I was waking up to a treat. Just like you wanted. But Zukov gets one. Come here. Come here, you little wakey boy. What? You want to stretch up? You want to stretch? No? Okay. Here's stuff. You don't even have to do a background check for anything other than pistols. Oh my god. Wow. That's an oof. Like that there definitely should be. Like just dead ass. Tell me, does this sound gross? Oh no. I'm worried. Mountain Dew mixed with red wine. You almost, oh my god, my stomach immediately like repulsed. What? Please don't tell me you're mixing that together. Please do not tell me you're doing that. That is oh you're oh my god. Sweet Baby Ray's. Oh, ugh. I don't even know. I don't even know. No, that's more of a. Because I have a friend who told me that's what he's doing. My stomach is churning. Oh, it's your friend. Well, your friend's a fucking psychopath. Is he like one of those people that are like, it's strangely good, bro? You should try it. Is it gonna be one of those? Like, that's more of a war crime than pineapple on pizza. I think we found something that topped pineapple on pizza when it comes to food war crimes. War crimes against food. Like, I mean, I think we just did. I have vodka, the mix of Mountain Dew, not wine. Yeah, like, vodka and Mountain Dew, like, that sounds like they go together. In fact, I think on my bar there's like some drink that some dude gets all the time that's basically that. Like, I mean, so, like, oh god, wine and, oh my god, dude, like, I don't even know why I'm drinking this, because my stomach is straight up churning, really. Oh god, bro, why, man, what's wrong with people? Like, I know, like, you know, in a pinch or out of curiosity, I'll do some strange shit with food and, you know, experiment a little bit, and even with drinks, too, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've done it, and sometimes there's a miss, you know, there's some hits, but there's some misses. But, but there's sometimes I'll just think about something, and then I'm just, like, realizing no, that's a bad idea. And that wouldn't, like, that'd be like a thought for like 1 second, and then I realize immediately how absolutely repulsive that is. Utterly repulsive. I illustrate drink wine from the bottle before I ever mix it with soda. Yeah, I definitely would. I mean, I have. Like, I mean, I have before. There's been times we've had, like, you know, at least especially on Twitch, we've had some memories, you know, like where I've downed a bottle of wine on, you know, doing streams and shit long wee hours in the morning. I know one time we were watching Harlan County, USA, and fucking, like, at one point I'm just, like, down to, like, a quarter left of the bottle, just, like, tearing up and shit. OMG, he was using code red. Oh, bro. I mean, I guess that's, like, literally, like, an hydrogen atom better. Like, but, like, that's better than original flavor. I mean, oh, man, oh my god, that's still stomach churning. What the fuck, man? Oh, vodka with Mountain Dew is a cocktail with lemon peel for garnish and sugar on glass rim. Yeah, that is delectable. The other thing was, what in the world? Oh my god, you just, like, made just a simple, like, vodka Mountain Dew mix drink into, like, a fucking banger. God damn. Shit. I should hit you up for some, like, drink tips. Because I usually just get a Jack and Coke, or just, like, a Wells Whiskey Coke. That's, or, you know, some cherry grenadine in it. But, I mean, I kind of want to spice up the, you know, the mixed drink here a little bit, but I'm gonna fucking order that. That sounds amazing. Code Red is the only cherry flavor I don't like, Lamau. I mean, yeah. Honestly, I feel like red wine and the sparkling ice black cherry. Now this, I feel like these two would go together. Because this isn't Mountain Dew. But honestly, wine isn't something you mix things with. That's the problem. You don't mix shit with wine. Like, you pair it with food. And that's, that's usually what you do. You pair it with different food dishes. Where the fuck did Zukov go? Oh, there you are. I got up to see where he went, but he's like, oh, I heard my name. I'm going to stretch you. Another thing or two on drinks. Yeah, I know a thing about, like, liqueurs specifically, but not about, like, mixed drinks or, like, you know, bartender, you know, drinks and stuff that could be ordered. Aside from, like, I know, you know, obviously Jack Coke, Tequila Sunrise, I guess there's also a Vodka Sunrise, too. And then, there's, the Bloody Mary, but I'm not really a big fan of those. I don't really like them that much. I respect the Bloody Mary, but personally not a fan. The White Russian and also the Black Russian, too. Two different, drinks there. Honestly, it's just like, there should be like a different version of the White Russian. The White Ukrainian. And the Black Russian, too, for a Black Ukrainian, too. Maybe have, like, what you do? What could be a different thing or an extra that could be added to a White Russian to make it a different drink? I'm trying to think, actually. Because there's cream. Ooh, instead of cream, have like a little bit of a chocolate milk in it. At least for the Black Russian. And then for the White Russian, though, what could we add with that? Because it already kind of comes. Because that already comes with milk, or at least cream. I don't know. Have you ever had liquid cannabis? What, like a THC drink or a CBD drink? Yeah. Have you even had alcoholic variants of it? It's whiskey with THC in it. That I have not have. But that sounds fucking amazing. Bubble. Look at blue, it's so cute. Just the sweetest little chunk. Look at you. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Baby. Come here, bro. Zukov. Zhukov, come here. Come here, bruh. Bruh. Come here, baby. Baby. Oh, this little Zukov. Come here, bro. Zukov. Zukov. Zukov, come here. Don't be pouting. Come here, baby. Oh, you little poutster. Come here. Come here, baby. Baby. Zukov. Zukov. Come here. Come on, bro. Zukov. What the hell? Bruh. Come on. Come here, buddy. Zukov. I don't drink wine as is, but better on my system, so I get what I go waste all the time, babbling like a bitch. I mean, it doesn't take wine for me to be like that, personally. That's how I definitely know I'm fucking a flamboyant by. Like, because when I get drunk, I definitely get white girl wasted. Might be a tad bit gay as a fan of drinks that don't taste like turpentine going down. I like the girl that drinks, needless to say. Yep, I mean, same here. And alcohol's alcohol. Zukov, come here. Zukov, come on, bro. Come here. Zukov, come on. No, you fucking pouty little bowdy. You lazy bone piece of shit. Come here. Come here, bro. Come here. You fucking son of a bitch. Bruh. Oh, you respond to bruh? Bye. Oh, come here, you little... Oh, you little football. Oh, big goof. The drunker I get, the gayer I get. I think it's I don't suppress as much when I'm drunk, Lamau. Yeah, pretty much same here. I'm straight up just pretty much the same way. Like, my ambitions are at minor fucks given or no fucks given, depending on the inebriation level. Zukov pronouns are bro and bruh. Yeah, bro and bruh. Zukov's pronouns are dude and bruh. Dude, bruh. Unless it's color pink or purple, lol. They're fine. Well, even then. Oh. 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 You sweet baby. You just sweet baby. Oh my god, you goofball. Oh. Oh, you goof. You little goof. You're just a goofball. I'll drink anything at least once, but if I gag on it, then never again. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same way. Like, I'm definitely willing to try at least everything once, but if there's like, oh, whoa, you know, even if I smell it and there's something off about it that I don't like, then it's like, yeah, no. I actually kind of used to be like that at IPAs where I smell it and I'd be like, ugh. But nowadays, I actually love them. Remember the first time I drank alcohol was cheap by himself with whiskey, and I hated it. Ugh. Oof. Oh. Oh. Oh, who's the baby? Who's the baby? Who's the baby? You just be a little baby. Be with me. At least for my first drink, it was at least, you know, just on the like on the friend's house type of fucking, you know, like drinks and shit that I didn't have to pay for. So I was like, hey. Oh, booty screech, screeching it for the booty. Screech, 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 screech. Screechy, screech. Sweet baby. You just sweet little boy. Look at you. You just sweet baby. God, I love that Swedish vodka. It looked like there was a Danish flag on the front of it, though, so I was a little confused. I was like, Svedka, but Danish flag on that. What's up, about? Look at you. You're absurd. But if you can, you should get your hands on Icelandic vodka. Some Reka. If you can, that shit is amazing. And I've had people that I've recommended it to come back to me and be like, good shit. Delicioso. Never drank whiskey, although I drink others. I've not tried whiskey in my life. I feel like I've time reached manhood to take it down. I literally feel too much of a teen. I'm 23. Don't worry about it. Never drank whiskey before in life. You goddamn it. It's like, whatever. I mean, if you had moonshine before, then I think that nullifies that. Or like some Polish Everclear or some shit. Bubble. Bubble. Look at you. You're ridiculous. This world comes if you being cute will not go unpunished. Still feel like a kid at 20, don't worry. Yeah. It's like, fuck. Like, I mean, I'm a juvenile son of a bitch. Like, I'll laugh at, like, fart and poop jokes. Like, just straight up. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, there's definitely a lot of aspects about myself that's still very much like a kid. I mean, how I, like, interact with Zukov is very kid-like.
Boo! You sweet little baby. You're just a sweet little baby. Look at you.
See? So, whatever.
You're just a sweet little baby. You're so cute. My goodness. My goodness.
Little ball of absurdity. A little ball of absurdity. I can just feel you staring at me now, and it's like, yo. So I was just saying, not judge him. That is not small. What? I do. Though this whole staring thing he's doing right now is a little like, yo. You just my boy. You just my little boy.
You just my little boy. My goodness.
He's just kind of in that sleepy mode right now, so his tail is just like not even going off at all. Normally it would, but he's just all like. He says, "Give treat or I bite." I literally doubt that is what's going on for his process. He's just like, he's trying to like keep his head up. You're still fucking staring at me. Little fucking freak. Little freak. I just gotta realize his mane is really like coming out a lot. Like it's just kind of sitting there, but it's like chest is kind of like. Or you just weird. No, I'm pretty sure it's just like a base like human reaction that people do. And it's not usually things that people emit randomly. Maybe I need to slow down on the drink. I'm sharing weird shit again. If I have money for some cold ones right now, I'd be joining you a little bit. Being a fucking, like, whatever, like, what I mean, if you're gonna be sharing some weird shit, I mean, share something that ain't related to that. Like, we don't, I don't think that's necessary, you know, weird informational shit. Maybe there's some out there, but, you know, not that one. Ay, my goodness. What you doing, boy? What you doing? You look at something on the ground. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm talking to you. What you doing? What the? It's my dad called me having sex outside the driveway. Don't worry, I was so tired because I'm selfish. It's selfish. He pulled up and I bolted like a raccoon in the night. Oh my god! What the fuck? Just bolted like a goddamn raccoon in the night, bro. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh yeah, I'm sure that relationship lasted long, didn't it? I guarantee you that ended right then and there that night. Oh my god. Wow. Luckily, I've not had that. I just, oh my lord. And I hope to keep it that way. I don't need that on my goddamn track record. Ugh. Left her there like a deer in headlights. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, dude. Just left her all exposed, just out in the open. Oh my god, dude. You ass. Holy shit. Damn, dude. That is definitely an ass maneuver right there, if I do say so myself. I mean, a funny one, but still. Oh my good lord. Oh, Dios mío. Oh, Dios mío. My finest sour. Your finest sour. I mean, honestly, though. I mean, it would, like... It would have just been some hella dead-ass dedication and strength, too. Just be like, oh shit, just pick her up and just start running. It's just still inside, but it's like, we're going. Shit, we're running. And they're just like, you know, like a mating pair of raccoons, you know, but they can't really, like, get out necessarily, and they're all just trying to flee in the just general vicinity. I walked into the smoke room, car parked, my friend was about to get some himself, if not for me. Damn. A lot more on this than I thought. That's good. Nature, why you call right now? Why are you doing this to me, Nature? Nature call. Butt ass snake. Oh my god. Damn, bro. I mean, that's... I mean, you got... I will say, that is definitely quite the experience. He turned... And he turned to me and yelled at me to get out. Oh my god. So you were kind of like double caught. You were like double exposed. Some double exposure. You tried to fucking hide in another room and your friend was about to get some and you just like, blop, just pop in. I just sat down and hit the ball before Dad came in. Damn. Wow. Oh my goodness. Shit. Took the girl now. Oh. Here. Gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Here, I have a tune for y'all. An appreciative one.
Be talking about I love lean on TikTok. How about y'all go lean on some bitches, man? 5'7", I'ma send your ass to heaven. I'ma teach your ass a lesson. Houston, Texas, now I'm reppin', man. You rushing? You should be rushing to some bitches. Rushing to some paper. I'ma wash you like the dishes. 5'7", I'ma send your ass to heaven. I'ma teach your ass a lesson. Houston, Texas, now I'm reppin', man. You rushing? You should be rushing to some bitches. Rushing to some paper, I'ma wash you like the dishes. Vladimir Putin putting dick up in your face. You should be ashamed of the space that you waste. Crack you like a vase, solve you like a case, crack you like a safe. Yeah, on my waist if you try to get away. Shoot you in your brain. I let my chain hang to the 7th rank. Phone always ring. I don't give a dang. Never late. Grape, Jeep, renegade, propane estate. Put you in a grave. Perk 38. God dang, 5'7", I'ma send your ass to heaven. I'ma teach your ass a lesson. Houston, Texas, now I'm reppin', man. You rushing? You should be rushing to some bitches. Rushing to some paper. I'ma wash you like the dishes. 5'7", I'ma send your ass to heaven. I'ma teach your ass a lesson. Houston, Texas, now I'm reppin', man. You rushing? You should be rushing to some bitches. Rushing to some paper. I'ma wash you like the dishes. Man, you look like Gru from Despicable Me. I feel like a mouse way out chasing the cheese. I saw them shacks on your feet from 2003. They were fatally creased and greasy like a four-piece. I'm so high I can speak Ukrainian. All of these drugs going straight to my cranium. You know I stay smoking on that vibranium. Hang trill, I could sell out a stadium.
Baby, you cool. What are you doing? What are you doing? You crazy thing. Crazy thing. Bah.
So I know start a carpentry business. Some modular shelving. Hell yeah. I mean, especially considering how like fucking buttfuck expensive like college, you know, is getting, especially like tuition and shit amongst everything else. I mean, just wondering, is like how how can people fucking like afford it at this point? Going to school high school was awesome. Then going to school first thing we do is smoke blunt. I didn't really start doing that until my 18th fucking birthday and onward, but a little delayed for me, but I got done. I got done eventually. Now look at me. Baby. Best part of the whole story is I had my friend was gonna do it for later on that night, Lamau. Damn. Damn, bro.
Metro Boom, Howard.
Propane tanks got me hella bad. Now my diamonds looking rarer than my steak. Propane tanks keep it in a safe. And you talking out your ass, I'm popping with this 38.
Propane tanks got
I was a little bastard back then.
Now my diamonds looking rarer than my steak.
You were, damn, dude.
Money, keep it in a safe. If you talking out
You
your
definitely got
ass,
some
I'm popping
fucking
with this
crazy
38.
experiences.
I belong in jail. Measuring this coke on the triple beam scale. I don't use a triple beam, only measure by.
You got like a wall going on for food here, bro.
Dead, I ain't gotta reload. Goddamn motherfuckers like to treat me like a god.
It's just got this weird, like, fucking, like, it's just in some weird wall.
On that wall till I'm tripping on shit and I can't even walk.
It's just like, oh, cook that steak well done. Nah. Gotta have that rare, bro. If you're talking out your ass, I'll pop out with this 38. Propane tanks making hella bank. Now these diamonds looking rarer than my steak.
Propane money, keep it in a safe. If you talking out your ass, I'll pop out with this 38.
I mean, it's like.
Hey, what main talking about goddamn propane?
Goddamn, you know, the steaks, you know, going a little bit, you know, rare than I tell you what now. The diamonds, say what, that's a little man.
Bang, bang, sheep, man, true, man. Talking about goddamn boom, how metro boom, how man.
Doing stay well done, I tell you what, man.
Man, let me show you how it's done. Propane tanks got me hella bank. Now my diamonds looking rarer than my steak. Propane money, keep it in a safe. If you talking out your ass, I'll pop out with.
There we go. Alright, now it's chowing down. It's kind of like weirdly like licking the edge of the food bowl, even though there's like a whole wall. So it's like, alright, smush it all down in one spot. Are you just literally eating around? Are you moving the kibble around and just eating the rice? It kind of is. You're a goof. He's like, I like this rice. It's good. Nom 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 nom. What a little goofball. It really is just like an absurd little ball of just nuttiness. You straight up did. Like, yo, bro, like, what? You just like the rice only? We just sell propane and propane accessories if offered the job. How's the pay? I mean, what's the pay like? That's the main thing.
Up in Hank Trail's World Tour, we're going to Swahili.
Swahili? Hey! Whoa! You excited for Swahili? My boy.
I'm so high, I can
speak Swahili.
Cruising down your block, on my chop doing wheelies. Smoking on this gas, got me feeling real silly. I can speak Spanish, so I'm going to Chili's. I'm so high, I can speak old English. I'm off the jiggers like
Old English.
Smoking on that gas straight out of Norwegian. Bitch, you know I'm all about my green like a vegan. Smoking on that Russian, I'm so high I can speak Dutch. Shoot your leg, you need.
Let me rephrase that. Would you do Hank Hill's job? What's the pay? Like how much would it be? Sukoff! Shut up!
I'm so high.
Ball!
Speak Swahili. Cruising down your block on my chop doing wheelies. Smoking on this gas got me feeling real silly. I can speak Spanish, so I'm going to Chili's. Goddamn, G, let me.
Goddamn, bruh.
These off the jiggers from taking too many weed candies. I've been smoking on this cracky. Need to take a nappy. Bitch, I got the munchies, so I need to eat a snacky. Are you Chinese or Japanese? Bitch, I'm keep that strappanese. Bitch, I am a cracker, so I'm speaking crackanese. I am penny in my baggies. When I'm in the booth, I'm spitting fire on the trackanese. Oh man,
damn.
I'm so high, I can speak Swahili.
Damn.
Cruising down your block on my chop doing wheelies.
This is such a fucking banger.
Gas got me feeling real silly. I can speak Spanish, so I'm going to Chili's.
Whatever they pay Hank. I don't know how much they pay fucking Hank. I mean, I guess if it's like, hey, you can afford at least like the equivalent of what Hank Hill has, then yeah, I guess. But it'd just be like a couple levels up from what I have now, so it's just like, it's not really that much of an improvement. I mean, it's more like give or take, more than anything. So. But, hey, if the pay is better, then, fuck yeah. I mean, honestly, it wouldn't be that hard of a job. It'd be easier, if anything.
Sir, Bobby, when you talking to me, boy, you say?
Yes, sir.
When you bringing me my drink, you make sure it got some syrup. Oh man, goddamn, I spill lean on my shirt. On my only bitch that I'll be fucking with is Lady Bird 38. Top to Roman written on my part 30. When I pull up and I swerve, they be like,
Bunch of stuff is like open closet of orgasms. That's what I be like. My carpentry work. I be specializing. Well, hey, it'd definitely be some good shit. Like, my cousin has his own little small business type of thing in carpentry, but it's a specialized type of thing, where it's like specifically like metalworking. So he's got like a very, you know, specialized type of thing for himself too. And he has like his own plot of land that he's been working and building up on. I don't even know what lean is. I think it's cough syrup. But I don't know. I really don't know what the fuck lean is either. Slaps though. Yes, sir. I guess I could look it up here. Hold on.
I made a joke and now I'm famous in the Burberry basement. If I see your granny, it gon' get X-rated. Man, I'm playing with the chalk, line you up in the pavement. I'm so fucking high that my
Purple drink. Lean, also known as purple drink, scissor, Bari, and Texas tea, among other names, is a concoction of cough syrup, soda, hard candy, and in some cases alcohol. So it's a lot more. Thought it was liquid codeine. Oh. Yeah. Lean, also known as purple drink, perp, or oil, and other several names, is a recreational drug beverage prepared by mixing prescription strength cough or cold syrup containing codeine. Yeah. Promethazine with a soft drink. The beverage originated in Houston and is popular among the hip hop. Yeah, well, duh. And just in the southern U.S. specifically. So, brilliant. Typically based on lean, strong prescription cold medicine, specifically cough syrup that contains both promethazine and codeine. Over-the-counter cold medicines that contain dextromethorphan as an active ingredient has also been used. They can produce similar effects and eliminate the need for a doctor visit. Okay. That explains the purple drink and the Hank Chill artwork. Yeah. Why, what in the fuck? Cough syrup? Fuck. Like, lean sounds crazy. Yeah. I mean, cough syrup itself, you know, it's not necessarily a bad thing because it actually has medicinal purposes, but when mixed up in this shit, it's just like, whoa. I mean, it sounds like it could fuck you up. Like, no, yeah, so it sounds like just another way to just get hella fucking lit. To create a drinkable mixture, the cough syrup is combined with... Disclaimer, YouTube, I'm not encouraging this. Is combined with soft drinks, especially fruit-flavored drinks such as Sprite, Mountain Dew, or Fanta. This is on Wikipedia, by the way. It's like Wikipedia's pretty much having like a directional like way of how it works. Like, what the fuck? And it's typically served in a foam cup. Specifically a foam cup. A hard candy, usually Jolly Rancher, may be added to give the mixture a sweeter flavor. Risks. Masking the undesired taste may impair judgment of the potency, which is a factor in overdosing. Ignore lean review win. Never. Like, no. Hell no. The fuck? Like, what? Like, I mean, I don't mind getting fucked up, but I don't want to get, like, lean fucked up. Because honestly, it just sounds like you're all like, alright, yeah, this is him, bro. I'm just all lean down, man. It's like, I don't know, bro. It's like, it's not necessarily fucked up I'm looking at. I've been so high, I've been that, you know, in the marijuana equivalent, but it's just like, I've been there. You know, but it's like, been there, done that. Lamau directional. I mean, did I say directional? I mean, it's like, honestly though, like if you go to the lean Wikipedia page, like, and go to ingredients, it straight up is like, it starts with, you know, the typically the base for lean. It starts that, and then goes to flavoring, and then risks. So basically, like, these first two tiny little paragraphs, this first one and then the flavoring one, before the risks sentence, it's like, it's basically a how to fucking make it. It's like, hey, here's the section on how you make it. It's like, okay. Seems like a very easy thing to do. So, I guess that's why it's pretty popular. But, yeah, probably not exactly my thing. Oh shit, DFF's new episode is shortages and panics that rocked history. Oh, I guarantee you the fucking one about toilet paper and all that is definitely gonna be on there. If they pose guys for gun pictures the way they pose for women. Wait, what in the fuck? Is this... Is it dude? Wait, what? 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 It... What? Whoa. 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 Can I... It's on YouTube, so fuck it. You know what? This is YouTube's problem. If they got a problem with it, that's on them. But, yo. Can we have more of this? I mean, you know what? I can't exactly disagree with that. Just gonna kind of just be kind of fucking blunt there just a little bit, if that's just my personal opinion. But what in the fuck, bro? I just like skimmed for like 2 seconds, and this is like the first fucking thing that shows up. Oh my god, I want to see some of these comments. Finally, something that could truly be. Oh my god, you know, this guy's kind of annoying. That would definitely be an improvement over current gun advertisements. Maybe just softer. Used to do different foliage, but bare legs and that kind of dry grassland seems remarkably uncomfortable. Well, hey, that's why you got to be a Chad dad bod about it, bro. I'm gonna get diabetes from eating this eye candy. I mean, god damn it, fuck. This man's packaged in so many ways. This fuck. Can't complain, to be honest. They made those cringe videos some years back. Fill me in. Yeah, I want to know. His name is Cooked in Nevada, and he's in jail for being too cringe. What does that mean? What does that mean? In jail for being too cringe? What the fuck? I'm just gonna like a lot of these. Why would anyone want that? Fuck you. Literally, why not? True. Fuck you. Can't think of a ton of reasons I would want a loaded M79 and a frag grenade. Yeah, exactly. True. Oh my god. Just utter fucking destruction with that comment. But, Jesus. Sweet baby rays. I like YouTube's algorithm sometimes, so I will admit. Oh my god. Oh, he also has the frag grenade, like, pin on his fucking ring finger. That's a clever little touch. Oh. Big Bridge was a crowd across Chevy jail. Oh wait. Well, he was in jail for plenty of other fucking reasons. Or she. I honestly don't even really know Chris Chan, to be honest. Or Christine Chan. See, I just don't know. Like, that person specifically just needs to be in a place where there could actually be just, like, professional help with him or her 24/7, just because it's like, I mean, the internet just full out, like, totally fucked that person up. And honestly, you know, memes aside, it really is just like an utter fucking abhorrent tragedy. If being cringe was a crime, it would be Epstein's smile, Lamau. Yeah, that would be too. Keep me in jail a lot sooner than fucking later with that one. Hey! Whoa, Zukov! Jesus Christ. Zukov! 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 Hey! Zukov! Bro! Chill. What the fuck, yo? Hey! Hey! Bruh. No. Get over here. Come here. Come on, bro. Dude. Why? Whoa. Why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? Singing a song of his people. Bork, my brother, bork. I don't need him borking at, like, every tiny little fucking goddamn thing. Like, he heard a neighbor close the door of their vehicle. Like, oh my god. We just need to utterly just bork the fuck out of our minds to, you know, just truly let, you know, those neighbors know that, yes, I am here. Hear my calls, hear my screams. You fucking goof. Check, I see a little ball over here. You know what? I see this little rope ball. See this little rope ball I'm about to get at you? See what's about to happen to you? See what's gonna happen? That's what you get. You get a ball chucked at you. That's right. It just kind of casually just rolls onto you, and that's what you get. You just dropped the ball, just like, meh. Fuck that ball. So you know he heard a weird noise, and I heard it too, and he doesn't need to go be barking off about it. Little boof. A little boofer. Baby! So cute. He's just so cute. Especially with that little white tuft that he has on his chest. It's so cute. Come here, buddy. Here. Shot that cute little floof. Come here. Come here, Zooks. Come here, boy. Look out. Come here, boy. Bruh. Bruh. Hey, Zook, baby. A baby boy. Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Come here, baby. Zook out. Come here. Baby. Zukov. Zukov, come here. Come here, boy. Zukov. Zukov. Come here. Come here, bro. Come here. Oh, you lazy jabroni. I'm about to fucking pick your ass up from right there. Look at you. Oh my god, you goof. Oh, you sweet boy, boy. Oh my goodness, you boy, boy. Oh, you boy, boy. Oh. Oh. a sweet little thing. You little goofy bye. Oh, look at that little white tooth. Look at this little white tuft. Oh, a little patch of white that he has on his fur. Just a little white ball on his chest right there. Just, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, sweet baby. Just cutie. Just cutie little thing, yes you is. Oh. Hey, big fucking dork. So Gob's a good boy. He is a good boy. Oh, you just a good boy. Yes, you're just a good boy. Who's a good boy? What are you? What is this? What are you doing? What is he? What is even going on here? What is even happening? What is this? What are you doing? You got like, jeez. What's going on there? How's that all about? My goodness. You big old kaplunk. You big chunk ass. Look at the results of your brother. You just get little white boy. Oh, bruh. Oh, God, no. Oh, bruh. You fucking piece of shit. You had to fucking rip a fart, bro? Really? Oh, fuck you, dude. Hell no. Oh, hell no. Hell no. Oh, God. Bruh. Fuck off. Oh, I'm not even kidding. Oh. He actually did. You fucking piece of shit. Oh. That was horrible. So it got far. Yeah, that was you bitch. You little. Ugh. Pee-wee. You smelly little fuck. A brush. You. You stinky little boy. Man, you kind of needed a brush, didn't you? My goodness. You really did kind of need a little brush in there, huh, bud? My goodness. Oh, jeez, yeah. A little bit. Sukov sensed a chance to rip and he took it. Yeah, he definitely did. He straight up did that time. Has Bandit ever done that to you? Yeah, Bandit's done it a couple times too. That's also not the first time Sukov's done that either. I mean, when you have pets, you're going to have a little bit of a sidewinder, you know, when it comes to, you know, some of the actions they may or may not be committing. Oh. Oh, you big goof. You big baby. Alright, you spoiled little bitch. There you go. I gotta stand up for this one. Up. I didn't say sit, I said up. Good boy. Come here, come on. Jump. Oh, your foot's tangled. There you go. Alright, jump. You do it. You were just about to do it. Come here, come on. You got it. You got it. Come on. You got it, boy. Jump. Jump, jump. Jump, jump. Oh, you gotta get closer. Come on. Jump. You got it. There you go. He wanted to keep going back and wanted to keep doing this thing instead. He's like, I'm gonna use my paws to like try to bring this. I don't want it. It's like, no. It's like, I'm trying. I don't even know what that was. I mean, he was showing off his balance and like he was kind of like walking around a little bit. It's like, oh my fucking God, what a little freak. A little alien. Being able to walk around the way he does, like, oh my God. Like, Dios mio. He's definitely a little psycho mutt, that's for sure. What a little goofball. What a little sweet boy. Just a sweet little boy. Anyway. Let's see. Almost at the 4-hour mark. I'll probably I'll go for the evening, but let's see what other random shit's going down. Let's see what other shit's happening. Well, you know what? Hold on, I think I remember seeing some. Oh, wow. Yeah. Pat Robinson demands buying the threat. Yeah, here it is. Oh my God. I love this.
So I was under the impression that Pat Robertson, longtime host of the 700 Club, had retired. Maybe I dreamt that he did. Either way, he is very much still broadcasting, and he is still alive. He's probably age 197 by now.
Yeah.
Either way, he's on the air, he's alive, and he is demanding that Biden stop being weak and threaten Putin with nuclear annihilation. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. Either way, let's listen to what he has to say, and pay close attention to the deranged look in his eyes as he makes this demand.
We have the firepower to wipe out every Russian city, just one Trident submarine, and of course we're not using it and have no intention of using it. But why doesn't somebody in the administration call Putin's bluff?
Duh.
He's bluffing. And every time he says, well, if you do that, we're going to escalate. Oh, no, you're not, old buddy. We're going to do you if you try to do us, and we'll make it worse, and you know it. Putin knows we're powerful. He doesn't have much to
Oh, you know, if you make it worse, I make it worse, you tell what. It's like, did you just go boomhauer mode there for a minute? Like, oh my God. Like, I mean, this dude's just straight up like a literal deranged psychopath. Like, and a fucking literal, like, unironic fucking, like, chimp that has, like, a literal fucking, like, bloodlust urge that wants to see mass death and destruction because it is justified by the, like, eye of God, you know? Because, like, he was also saying it was, like, God's plan for fucking Putin to invade Ukraine. This is, like, another part of, you know, his crazy psycho insanity, you know, and this fucking, you know, his own Christo-fascism and shit. With this, like, whole massive, you know, like, hey, here's how, you know, we could justify, like, our mass militarism, our mass fucking, you know, fervor for war and death. I mean, it's just like, he's just a fucking, like, bloodthirsty, utter psychopath that, you know, if he's so gung-ho for it, then it's like, then get out of retirement and, you know, start, you know, like, learning how to do some physical boot camp at, you know, one of the goddamn Ukrainian frontline camps or some shit there, bud. But you wouldn't last a goddamn second anyway, so you gotta make sure young folk and shit do that and die. You know, for your fucking insane, utter fantasy delusions that should really just put you in a goddamn fucking psych ward for, like, mental psychological, like, research. Hey! Zukov! Zooks! Bro! Oh my god. Zukov! Hey! Zukov! Zukov! Come here! Come here! Come here! Come here! No. 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 Don't even fucking think about it. Don't even think about it. Nope, 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 nope. No. 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 It's just retrieving extra door. It's just the other boy trying to flex his muscle. You don't need to have a little competition with him. It's not a singing match, you little dweeb. Oh, look at all this fucking fluff of yours, you fluff. Anyway. Pat the old religious wisdom to chimp Robertson fucking going nuclear annihilation psychobabble again, what?
He doesn't have much of an economy. It's a tiny economy, and he's playing a bluff. But unfortunately, we have a man in charge in Washington who doesn't like to stand up to bluffs. He folds his winning hand every single time.
Deranged. Just absolutely batshit fucking insane. And I made a meme for the occasion. We need to threaten Putin with nukes. Sure, Grandpa, let's get you to bed. I mean...
Sure, Grandpa. Oh my god. I mean, just get him to the front lines of Ukraine. Maybe, you know, he ain't gonna be singing a different tune. He'll just, just, like, think it's just a part of God's will, and then he'll, like, within 30 seconds of getting out of the fucking APC, he just, like, break a hip and just get sniped by, like, some Russian, like, conscript or some shit. Or, like, before he even got out of the ABC, it gets, like, obliterated by a fucking Soviet-era tank or some shit. And, like, I mean, it's like, no, what? No. Like, that old-ass fart. Like, he would definitely think it's, like, some divine will of God for him to go out there and fucking, like, die of, like, as if it's like, hey, if, this leads, to the prophecy of what God entails, then yes, I will do it for you in the name of the Lord, or... It's like, ugh. What a deranged, like, utter fucking savage, barbaric, fucking, like, animalistic piece of shit. Like, yet he all wants to, have, like, this, modicum of civility with his little TV show and program and, it's, like, moral puritanism and shit, but it's just nothing but fucking, like, animalism, barbaric savagery when it comes down to what the fuck they believe. And it's just like that type of shit needed to fucking be buried and put to death, in the fucking tombs, arid fucking, like, dust tombs, that, came from it, like, thousands of years ago. It's like it ain't needed no more in this fucking type of society anymore, Gramps. Like, get out. Go away. Shoo. You, like, go to the asylum there, buddy. You utter deranged, insane freak.
Christian broadcast network. And he's threatening nuclear annihilation of an entire country. He says, we have the firepower to wipe out every city in Russia. But do you want to do that?
That's what he does, yeah.
Aren't responsible for the actions of their authoritarian governments. But you think that we should threaten to nuke Russia and maybe call Putin's bluff? Look, to be fair, I think it's likely the case that Putin is bluffing because he does know that nuclear war wouldn't go well for him or the United States. I think that, a sane person would acknowledge that. But the theory that he's bluffing isn't necessarily one that I want to test out. Do you want to roll the dice just so you can appear tough? Or do you not want to take any chances and, I don't know, play it safe and not threaten to nuke people? I think that looking weak is a pretty low price to pay compared to nuclear annihilation. It's not just the United States and Russia who would be devastated by nuclear war. It's the entire planet. We're talking about extinction of the human race. and you're just talking about this flippantly as if it's not a big deal. Just threaten him with nuclear annihilation. It's no big deal. Stop being a weenie.
Stop being just, you know, a silly little boy there, you know? You just gotta nuke him like a good old, strong-willed man of God.
On the air.
Because, you know, what would Jesus do? Nuke the fuck out of him.
Spew this nonsense. Who is...
Gotta be a good man of God and show your strength and just utterly obliterate and savagely destroy the fuck out of all your enemies.
The warmongering and saber-rattling against Russia that we see from members of the media who constantly call for more escalation or a no-fly zone, which is essentially a declaration of war against Russia. He's just saying, no, threaten to nuke them. No! See, I'm glad that Biden is in charge and Biden is resisting calls to escalate tensions. I mean, sure.
Oh, man, I am glad about that, at least.
He's escalated to some extent with sanctions and whatnot, but I'm glad that he's reasonable enough to not just try to call Putin's bluff and threaten nuclear warfare. That's fucking stupid. It's loony. Who thinks like this? You have to be a psychopath to think like this. If the
basically
thought of humanity going extinct due to nuclear annihilation doesn't at least give you pause. I mean, it should scare you if you are a reasonable person. But if it doesn't at least give you pause to think, wow, that might be bad, I just feel like you're psychopathic or a sociopath. I don't know. There's something very off about Pat Robertson. Again, he's like 500 years old and his brain is basically mush at this point. But to demand that Biden threatened to nuke Putin, go fuck yourself, Pat Robertson. Nobody wants to listen to you. Who is listening? I honestly want to know how many viewers tune in to the 700 Club at this point. Who's watching this shit?
I definitely know people that are watching this shit still.
Who listens to this and thinks, wow, this sounds like a sane individual? I mean, did you see the crazy look in his eyes? Even if you agree with Pat Robertson, you recognize that crazy-ass look, and you've got to acknowledge that something is off. There's got to be some sort of instinct in you that gets...
No, for a lot of people, they just think he's just, you know, the nice, wisdomed old man that, you know, just has, you know, every now and then some maybe quacky opinions that, you know, it's like, oh, that's okay, Grandpa. Like, yes, the Lord, you know, wants to make sure that, you know, things are done right. Yes, that's right. Blah, 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 blah. It's just like, I mean, like, no. Like, I love Mike Figueredo of the Human Support, but he does give a little too much, like, leeway for some shit sometimes. And this is one of those cases where it's like, bro, they're giving too much of an open door for, you know, some of these people that watch this shit. No way.
Weird about him. He kind of
they're just as unhinged as he is.
He's calling for us to threaten a nuclear nation with nukes. That seems a little bit, I don't know, harsh at a minimum, wouldn't you say? Either way, Pat Robertson is delusional, and of course, we should always expect him to have the dumbest, most extreme apocalyptic take, because that's what he's known for. It's just, I thought he retired and we were done with this, but apparently he's not, and I expect him to be around for hundreds and hundreds of years, continuing to call for nuclear annihilation or an apocalypse in some way, shape, or form, assuming humanity doesn't kill.
Honestly, it's just because, I mean, he wants, you know, like, because he knows his time is near, and he just wants to take the entire world with him. He's like, well, if I'm about to die, well, I'm going to make sure the rest of the world dies with me, because praise the Lord. It's just like, alright. I mean, alright, time to put you in the hospice there, bud. I mean, I even like the psych ward, just a hospice, you know. Slowly but surely, we'll get like one of the doctors that, you know, might accidentally fuck up a little bit because they don't really give a fuck about their job anymore. So it's like, you know, we'll let one of those guys be assigned to you there, buddy. You know, it's a little bit of like a too sad, so sad type of situation there, isn't it there, Pat Robertson? It's like, I mean, you old fuck. It's just like you literal deranged psychopathic fuck. You've probably been there since like the Devonians existed. Since like the goddamn Neanderthals were around and shit. Like Pat Robinson is that fucking like, it's just like, so yeah, it's like just digging back, you know, to his old times. Like back in the day, we just had to literally annihilate and massively destroy and slaughter and scorch earth our enemies. You know, have eliminations of their women, slay their children and all their men, and burn their villages down to the fucking ground, because praise the Lord. It's like you psychopathic, deranged piece of shit. It's like a fucking grave. And Pat Robertson ain't the only one that believes that type of shit. There's plenty of people that are hook, line, sinker with that same type of fucking ideology. So, it's just, you know, it's just like, you know, another one of those type of fucking people that just have like an utter deranged mentality of, you know, of how they view the fucking world. Zook's going after our bone, I would hope. Zook off. Zook off. What you doing, buddy? You going after a bone? Better be. Better be going after a bone. Anyway. Alright, I'll go for the rest of this whole night. So, peace out. Of course, I'll be back around for